Good evening, everyone. This is Fallen Dice, and welcome back to some more Star Rupture. Didn't get as much done. Good evening, everyone. This is Fallen Dice, and welcome back to some more Star Rupture. Didn't get as I swear one day I'll be professional. I didn't get as much as I wanted done between, a little less time, but I did tear a bit of stuff down, save some of it this time. So I got some electronics up there. The stuff here is just to produce intermediate blocks, which I want to get another stack up of before I tear the rest of that down. Same with those. Those are all part of my intermediate, I think, but for those ones I don't want to take a chance of taking something that's in the build chain. But big change over here. Again, some stuff that was stored, but this is all gone. And that was just putting out powder and plates. I don't remember if I needed them or not, but they're there for now. So we are much cleaner over here, and we'll be able to get some work done. And I think... yeah, I don't think there's anything in here.
Arcadia status.
I'm trying to remember or not. I was going to start putting those things in here, and then I just decided to put the storages out back. Alright, so we get to do our upgrade. So we are, as soon as we get there, there's going to be a tier 3 that we'll have to take on, because it's definitely been 3 ruptures. And then the last thing we need, I believe, is up there, and it might have just been like a couple hundred valves or something. But yeah, we have now completed everything for the level 4 core. So let's see. Let me. I don't need to have all the things I have in here. Keep one of you. I think I have to come all the way over here to find a spot to stick these. Nope, there we go. Okay, and I'll just convert you real fast. Just I don't have a spot for you, so I don't have that over here, so I guess we'll come over here. Alright, I want to get a little bit of ammo to be ready for this. Let's grab some food. Alright, let's get some ammo.
Great.
Even though, yes, I have ammo over there waiting for me. Okay, I don't know how much I'm going to need, which means I should probably bring more of this. We have a little bit more this time, so we'll see how the our additions over there work. But let's go ahead and let's head over there. We'll get this tier 3 knocked out, and then we'll grab the stuff over there. So you can see only one left that was feeding in. What I want to do is I'll make a stop off to grab it, and then we'll go the rest of the way down. Okay, we'll have to check this here afterwards. Cool. Yeah, I put those out there to get it a little bit closer up to the actual monolith. I'm hoping that holy cow. I'm sure I can attack if I wanted to right now. That pile of bodies. So that's where they're all coming up off out of the ground. They're just immediately being destroyed. Wow. Okay, that was... wow. Putting those guns there definitely did a little more than I expected it would. And Now everything will fill up. These things barely used anything. Let's go see what we can pick up for data. I need to see what it is I'm missing, because I thought I had stuff coming, but apparently I did not. Wow. Yeah, that... Interesting. All right, let's go see real fast. What do I need? I needed, what, 113 batteries. You didn't fill Y. Because I turned you off. I don't think I have a battery in line right now, but I think I did save batteries over at the other area. So we'll just have to run over and grab them from there and come right back. And then we can immediately pop them in. I don't think I need you anymore. I'm not going to need it to stop off over here, so let's take that part out. And I think all I really need here is just this one that's feeding ammo for the moment, but not for much longer. Again, I would go ahead and just keep this upgraded core here for... We'll see how much stuff I get off of Tier 4. Problem is, I need the ignition back. So, yeah. Okay, let's head back to the area we were just at. And let's grab... I need 113, and I've got, what, 105. So close. Just grab 8. Make sure first it's up there. I'm pretty positive I put them in that line of line of storage right there by the teleporter. Just want to make sure here first that I didn't run over here and drop. Nope. Lots of electrical though. Electronics. One of the two. Okay. Yes, battery. Yep, we got some batteries. We'll keep just a couple extra just to be safe, but I'm pretty sure it was 113. If not, we can always come back. I love the zip lines, but that's so much better. So much quicker and faster. And as soon as I got a full storage of the intermediate, I'm going to take all this down. Eventually we'll get this set up in another area, but for now it's just kind of spread all over the place. I'm going to be doing a lot of work with all of these places. Probably start with titanium, I guess. Okay, let's do this. Can I reach you from over here? Probably. Alright, let's do it. Not sure what to expect, other than that this is going to be a little bit bigger. Okay, I was going to say, nothing's happening. Here we go. Maybe.
No more distractions.
Yeah, they came like right up. Which is a good thing I have all these, because those help with that. Oh, we do have a Goliath. Oh, he just disappeared? Okay, we won. I would say design proved. I handled it actually really easily, really well. And I do think these ones over here kind of help too. If the Goliath had come at me at all into there, he would have been hopefully shot by the ones over there. He just kind of decided to sit there. But yeah, I think we ended it at 100%, so nice. Do you have a build location for your main base? I don't have a main base yet. That's the fun part. This is my base from... Where are you? Not letting me. Hold on a sec. Get my notifications working. There we go. Yeah, I don't have a main base yet. I deleted my previous so that I could start over from scratch with all the unlocks. So we just did this one now so I can go back and unlock the version 2 base cores. And now, tonight I'm going to start working on some of these basic feeder nodes, getting pretty much up as much raw bars, I guess, as I can. So I haven't decided if I want to start producing on site or not, but I have some... I'd worked out some ideas for a construction thing, but I think I'm just going to use those sort of based on the way Genji did it, but I think we kind of at the same time, some of it we figured out, he just definitely shows how to do it a little more aggressively and a little higher. I'm only looking at 2 highs. All right, let's drop no, recycler. I don't want a recycler. I want this one. I mean, I guess I could see how you could get points if you...
This data will be useful.
I don't know. It doesn't seem like it happens often enough to really give you a lot of points. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's right. I did get this one, so more war bonds. Yeah, okay. All those are things that I haven't done yet. But... there we go. Okay, 120 and 50. This is where I may have to delete that. I need 3 more. I don't think we need to actually make it up to level 4 anytime soon, so I think what I'll do is I'll leave everything there and just delete the base core. If I need to do this again, everything's just sitting there ready to go. I just drop it back down and we pop through the levels. And I could probably also put the storage down for all the different things that are needed to feed it, minus the ignition and the hearts. I think I need a few of these too. There's a lot of helium on that first one. That should be fine. running back and forth because I'm pretty sure there's gonna be a bunch of stuff that's gonna drop. Let me get rid of a couple of you for ease of access for the moment. I'm even hitting the alt button and it's still not. There we go. Oh, you don't want to go there. Okay, whatever. Right. And there's all the stuff. Okay. Forgot I need to get rid of some ammo in here too to make room. Now I just have to pick all the stuff up off the ground. I think that's all the space I have at the moment. Let's see, let's put a pathway between. Alright, we'll start off with helium. Yep, 141. When the automated finally bit me in the butt. Game crashed and lost 2 hours of work. Oh no. That sucks. Oh, man. What did you bet, or what did you lose? Man, that really sucks. Ceramics. There's a bunch of ceramics. I think I need 2 of these too. Forgot how much of some of the stuff it required for these upgrades. So much stuff. Oh, outside of base core. Oh, because I just took you down. Yeah, let's put you back in, but you'll be at like a base level, which will be fine. Oh, is it the Not much. Rated 2 abandoned bases. A few hundred mats had to redo. Okay. So it wasn't like complete. Yeah, that still sucks. Dang. I'm gonna have to figure out why it didn't want to let me build in the same place. I don't know if it's some of the stuff I built around it. But that's something I can figure out on my own. Right now I just want to get everything stored. So again, if I do, everything's here with the exception of the ignitium and the hearts. Yeah, that was, I almost want to say anticlimactic. It got over so fast. That's what I just did. I just cleared level 4. Yeah, that's what I figured. Yeah, so I'm trying to pick it all up. Yeah, I just finished level 4. That was that ended quickly. Yeah, I would say this design, and especially with those 2 auto turrets I put out a little further, just annihilated everything. It was this is a slaughter. So I'm basically picking up all the stuff and I'm putting it over here. So if I do need to rebuild it, everything's here product-wise, other than the ignitium and the hearts. So it'll make it easy if we need to go to tier 5 someday. I'll have it there. How's it going, Chris? How's it going tonight? We're having a fantastic evening. Just trying to get all this stuff from my upgraded core stored up here. It's going. I've definitely used that answer before myself. The other answer is a simple yes, and everybody looks at you just kind of funny, like, yeah, yes. I'm excited. I just unlocked the tier 2 cooling. So that is going to be much easier moving forward now to keep bases cooled. Blocking in the monolith helped contain the Goliath until I killed everything else. He didn't even come after me. He just stood there until it was over and then just disappeared. But I mean, having these ones over here, if he had come in, he would have been exposed to having his back just annihilated. So even if he had decided to come after me, I don't think there's much he could have done. Like I said, it pretty much destroyed. Even when they popped up, like right where the core is, they popped up there. They lasted like 10 seconds and then they were dead. It was crazy. There we go. I knew I was going to get some more batteries eventually. So much helium. I can't believe how much helium this thing took. So far, that's 3 full storages. Now I'm going to be going into the 4th storage. Big A-rated with the game. Set up a whole section of a new build, only to have my game crash before I could save. Then came back on and died twice. Loaded the old save and was able to get back in. Oh, oof. So at least you had your auto saves on. I hate the auto saves and I'm so tempted to turn them off, but I'm paranoid that I'm gonna lose something. See, I thought they had that fixed because I had that problem a few times, and you know, having to go back and I always get frustrated when you lose a quarter of your items. So poison, Scorpius, annoying. Oh yeah. As long as it gave me credit, if I had to, I would have gone in there and fought them, like, because they were taking care of all the things that were a distance. Okay. Now hopefully I can put you back. Do I really have so much helium? Lost. Yeah, that sucks. That actually really sucks. Let me bring up the streamer bot. I'm like trying to figure out why I'm having to look up there. All my normal setup. I had, for some reason, Edge started like just beeping at me every 4 or 5 seconds, and I was like, I like literally turned everything I had off trying to figure out. It was like the last thing. So when I turned everything on, I still had volume on the stream. So I had, of course, the fun thing where I could hear myself. But I also turned this off. There we go. Gotcha. Now I've got it set up. Do I have any more that I've made that aren't used? Nope. Okay. I don't. Fuck. I can put it right here. Yeah, beep. 4x4 storage is amazing. Yeah. The other one's even crazier. I just haven't had a need for it yet. I probably could have just put down the expanded storage and just added some extra power. That thing's crazy. Alright, here's hoping that now I can put you back in your spot. Okay. Okay, it's still... Okay, let me... Oh. Is that it, maybe? Buildings colliding with drone. Alright, well, let's give her some more of these things along the sides. Oh, yeah. Curious to see how that functions. Is it that? I'm playing the guessing game till I can figure this out. Something here is bugging it. only thing that's really close enough would be these, unless there's something else down here that I'm just not seeing. Oh, so I put things in there earlier. Let me let's try this. If I don't know, add some support blocks underneath there. I don't know if that's going to make any difference at all. Doubtful. Okay. Yeah, it must be these guys. Alright, I'll have to replace them. Yep, there we go. Or not. There it is. Nice. Okay. I do want to put those two turrets back. I like that position. Quick little connection. Trying to connect to the wrong thing. Alright, and I still have all this stuff. Yeah, now I'm happy. I just wanted to make sure I still had this here in the event that I actually needed it. Like if they change requirements for something down the road and I need some more base cores. But I got all my stuff back now. So now we can go unlock the base cooler too, which I think I need to go back and drop one anyways because that place was slightly overheating. Yeah, yesterday was a long slog just trying to get to that point and making a whole bunch of messes, which I can now clean up. Well, this mess I'm going to clean up as soon as I've got a full intermediate. Why are you going so slow? How high did I get the base? The core I got, almost to 3. Or I mean 4. I fought the 3 last night. Okay, it's titanium housing. Is there another one? There it is. Let's grab that one. Yeah, the core. I got it up to 3, and then I was just missing the 113 batteries, which I had. I was just waiting. I didn't want to go down there to put them in, because if I did, I was going to trigger the level 3 attack, and I wanted to do that at the beginning. And then I clicked that, so we got our 4. So now I can come over here. And grab my quartz, which I'm almost out of. I'm really gonna have to go back and do some more hunting.
I can use this.
Cool. I have the core amplifier version 2. Ready. The rest of those I haven't gotten. I'll start to unlock those once I got so much. I could go in and buy all the upgrades, but right now the only ones that I have are the ones I like, so I don't have to read them. I can just do it. Yeah, I'm at 4 now. Yep, that's what we just fought, was the level 4. Well, the first time we fought was a 3. Because that was just waiting, because it had been the rupture, so it just arrived in there, triggered it. And then the one that we upgraded to was 4. Yep. Yep, so now I can actually cool things down without having to put a million things. So I'm going to actually think that's... I want to clear this. I thought this was going to be full already. I didn't realize that I had picked a dead titanium housing. So now I'm filling up. I just want to get this thing filled up, and I'll get rest of this. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, like I said, it was almost immediately as soon as I started the stream, just because it was sitting there waiting. Okay. think titanium's the one I want to do. So I'm curious about setting this up. So I had a design for 2 high, and if I put two on the bottom, 2 on the top, 2 side by side, I could do 480, which would be one full 480 line. And said I was watching, I always forget the rest of his thing, but Genji. And the realization is the dispatchers dispatch every 20 seconds, and if you put the 480 on there, they're going to be full all the time. So it basically does 100 every 20 seconds, which means it has a maximum output of 300. So you can't send the whole 480. But if you split it up, so if you take the 480 and split it on a rail and send it to 2 dispatchers, then it works. So I gotta... It's kind of where I'm at right now. Let me get rid of all this except for what's there, because I still want that for housing up until the point when I got all that intermediate building material done. So this is kind of what I was planning on doing. This is the way I used to build things. This is never going to happen again. This was like the first day I tore everything down, and I was still using my old methods. The new methods... Oh wait, this is wolfram. I don't want to find titanium. Yeah, yep. That, like I said, I watched it last night. So right when I got off, I was I saw that he had posted another one, so I was watching that one. I was like, and like usual, I end up spending hours trying to fall asleep thinking about what I can try, what I can do different. All right. Yeah, I like the ideas he has. The ones where he goes to do the 3 high stuff, and it's like putting things in, taking things out, and everything. I understand how he's doing that and everything. I don't see myself putting that much work in. The amount of time, because I don't want to spend like the entire stream going through and building things, taking them down and everything. So I can do the 2 high pretty easy. And if I need to, I can still use some of that for... Because I'm thinking that might be my way to get the dispatchers to be able to be directly underneath each other. Honestly, I would love to play Windrose. I bought it and I've put about an hour into it, and I can see like the base building possibilities, and that's like in my mind I'm like yes, but it's like I've had no free time. Okay, I think I'm putting in 4 to 5 hours of this between streams, just kind of working things out and stuff. My current, how do we put it? My current formula is based on different things, so I'm probably gonna have to maybe adjust the way I set things up, because I'm no longer going to be building this stuff at each location. I do want to go back, because I haven't touched that's right, I haven't touched the titanium yet. I want to start there. So the idea is where he, and I don't get why, but he shipped every single one of his ores off to one place to smelt. And I still think it makes more sense to smelt it on location and then send all the smelted items out, because that's one less thing to do at the location coming out of the dispatchers. They're just ready to do. So that's my plan, is to play around with a few layout designs based on what I have here. So I'm pretty sure this isn't an insanely large one. I have what? 2 pures, 2 normals, and 2 impures. So it's not fully 960. It's probably what, 820 or so. But then again, I'm not going for the thing. I played Windrose demo, was great. Windrose or Crimson Desert for me, not sure yet. Shrouded was such a game. So the Windrose, they're past the demo now. That's the cool part. It's like, and as far as I understand, only half the game's there. But like I said, the decorative style, like I feel for once like that once again, there's finally people putting out, like Valheim. I had a blast with Valheim too, because it had a lot of cool blocks, especially as you leveled up and the different ages and everything. But seeing how you can purchase different build kits or find them as quest rewards, or just in general all the different things, that's something that I love, is the base building, and that leaves me the ability, or makes me feel like I can really sink my teeth into that one. So probably there. Okay. I hardly brought any blocks with me. Why would I do that? Oh, because I was going to tear that down. Alright, let me run over and grab my blocks. I'm going to need both basics and intermediate. So I'm going to try to lay something out here. And part of it is I hate copying too. So I see things and I'm like, okay, how could I use that to the way I build things, and then try to expand on it, try to add my own little version of it. So that's kind of where I'm at right now as well. Once Human and Shroud of their extreme and options with base building. I've seen Once Human. I don't remember. I might have bought it and just not played it or something. Not sure. A lot of these games keep coming out. Like, I also wanted to play The Last Caretaker, and that never happened. Like, this has been a good year for, like, indie games, putting out games that I just would love to play. Nice. Yeah, I'm not... For me, it's less about the money. It's more about the time. I mean, I have all the things. I've got Epic, I've got Steam, I've got Game Pass Ultimate for my son, and I've got the PlayStation Plus, so I have all the different things. Yeah, one of my really good friends played that, and he keeps trying to tell me I should play that one. Again, I just have too many options. And this game in general, usually when I stream games, it's kind of just, you know, you go on, you have some fun, you play it, and then you get off. But the amount of planning for this one, it's a little bit more. So I keep finding myself, you know, doing all this stuff in between. Some of it just because I can't wait. Others, you know, because it's just not fun to watch someone do. Combination of the both. So it's like, I got Windrose. I think I played it one night and one day, maybe like 4 or 5 hours into it. I haven't been able to touch it since, and not for lack of wanting to. Okay, let's take all of you.
Just what I need.
Need to get rid of most of you. Enshrouded, is that the one from the old Blizzard devs? Remember. I need to keep that. I think I may actually need to put this down. And I might even need a second one. Let's grab a few more out of here. So I'm going to try a few different things here. Because I'm not using it right now, so I can let that go. I just want that to fill up before I take everything else down and then start trying some new things. Luckily, I got a lot of this back when I started deleting all the stuff at the base from last night. Oh boy! All right, we should be good there. So yeah, I think for now I'm really leaning towards Windrose. The ship combat looks fun. The base building is fun. Just the randomness of loot looks fun. The Fable game is good. The old one's yes, yeah, the old one was definitely amazing. The one I'm looking forward to, at least it's close to be on the horizon, is it's like a escape or it's like a space one. I forget what it was. They've shown it a couple times. Looks really fun. I don't think I have you guys connected to anything. Alright. So I'm going to try a few different things. Get rid of that silly little exclamation point. They love to... Expanse? Is that the one where they go in and they find that alien ship and then they come back to, like, and then they're getting chased or something? Because I played I've watched The Expanse. Like, the series was amazing. I'm a little upset that it ended kind of where it did when they just got into that new dimension, whatever. Yeah. No, this is a little bit different. It's like being chased by aliens back. It's like a special ship that they find. Something like escaping or it looked really good. Like it was a very unique kind of story. Okay. So get where I can actually see. So if I can place it down and run it along the side, then I can save myself there. Exodus, yes, that's it. Yes. That one really looks like a lot of fun. Okay, so if I go 3... Again, oh, man. Okay. New block. I'm just glad I can do this now. I don't have to delete them to do it. Okay. So, watching what he's doing makes me wonder sometimes if... Because I'm trying to not put things in between, so... Oh, that's right, it's a 4. Smelters are 4. Okay. So I'm trying to see if there's an easier way. So I still would want to 3-2 instead of the 4-2. I don't have to do any crossing. So the way I was previously doing a lot of my stuff was I was, trying to figure out how I could go 3 blocks high and still build across on it. But technically, if I'm yeah, I'm not building like a big thing on top. I should actually be good. Now this is the one spot where I may... Yeah, so there was nothing to play. Now that backlog, the backlog is real. Like I'm shocked kind of how big the backlog is getting. I mean, it's a good thing. So if there's ever a lull, lots of things to choose from to actually play instead. Do I have any open ones, or did I already fill them all? Oh, I'm one away from another combat, and then I'll be filled up until they're done with early access. Cool. So, the thing I want to figure out is I want to make slices that either 1 or 2 add up to like the 480. Again, because I'm not trying to do the sideways or anything like that. I would just like to be at a site and be able to plug everything in and get that. The longer it takes to get through the backlog, the cheaper the game. Yeah, it's true. Exodus, yeah, Exodus. Like I said, that's one that I've got on my radar. Like I am actively looking forward to it. Expanse is now also on my radar just because of how much I enjoyed the series, and hoping that they really do a good job. From what I hear, it's got a lot of Mass Effect kind of stuff in it, which I love the Mass Effect games. So if it even comes halfway close to what Mass Effect was, I'm excited. So because I don't look forward to a lot of the bigger games. It just seems like these days, they don't. The bigger companies put out all these action hack and slash games that I don't enjoy. I don't like that kind of gameplay. It's kind of why I was annoyed with the Final Fantasy VII remake, because I love the story, I love the game, but they turned it into an action adventures hack and slash, and it's like, yeah, Expedition 33. I love how they added in a little of that stuff, but it was still a turn-based. I like those guys. Look up the Gods Slayer. This Avatar last year, but I've never seen that in the game before. Interesting. I didn't know they had a game for the Expanse. Love the series. It's actively in production. They've actually shown some of the footage and things and talked about it, and it's got like, like in Mass Effect, you have the different ones where you can kind of have like almost like telekinetic powers and things like that versus, the combat or the so it looks like it has kind of a mix of that. Yeah, so looks like that'll be fun. The Exodus I thought was supposed to come out this year, but I haven't really paid attention to see if there's been any delays or anything. No, the Expanse was just recently announced. Can't be worse than, the new Elder Scrolls that was announced 8 years ago, and we still not seen anything. Man. I mean, that sucks too, because the next Fallout game is not even... Man. I hate how long they take between game.
Planetary temperature returning to normal.
Well, I mean, they're... Instead of making a new game, they're releasing a remaster of Black Flag. You know, that's like the new way, you know? If you can't make something good that's new, just remake something that was popular. Change the graphics and call it a day. Okay. Now, if I remember right, I couldn't build something directly over on a 1 block high. I'm going to see if that's still the case. Because I can see this is the one situation where I could see doing the half blocks in between kind of work. Yeah, so that doesn't work there. I think I actually had tried something like doing this once before. It didn't quite work the way. 4, 5, 6. Okay, so 3 is halfway. Yes, and apparently they're taking out the next big patch is going to take out the requirement for PvP, and that's almost enough to make me consider playing it. But again, it's that stupid backlog. It's like I have a lot of games that I would like to play. Now, one thing he did show that I did not know and wasn't aware of was the way you can make the these things turn into supports. Yeah, watching him definitely is giving me some things. Let's see. Oh, it's still over there. So I should be able to pop you up to here. And it actually lets me pop it. Okay. Now, supposedly, if I put you here, it does. Okay, so I learned a lot. So basically, now it's supported from there. And I can take out the middle. I don't know if I want to go 3 high. I might just want to do this because it looks cool at that height. Let me see. I'm just curious. Because the problem is, as soon as I go 3, then it makes it really hard for me to balance it to 8. Because each of these doing 60 means I have to actually put out 6 if it was too wide, 9 if it's... So again, I could have, I guess, 1 less versus when I was really initially looking at it. Okay. Not stable. Okay. Yeah, I'm sure there's ways to make it, but again, I don't think I really needed it. Or is it because... Hold on. Yeah, so this, again, this I think was why... Have I checked you before? Just noticed there was something right here. So from what I understand now, all those caves that we went into back in the day, when nothing was in there the first time, I never marked them, but apparently now they'll have stuff in them. So it's not still that it's regenning, but ones that never had it now will. Yeah. Okay, so I think... Okay, you are held up there, which means I no longer need you. So I'm just trying to kind of recreate what he... Oh. Okay, you don't... That isn't enough? Or was it you delete it and then it still lets you put it back? I don't remember. Yeah, no. Okay. Yeah. I think I still prefer the 2 high. Let's just go ahead and get rid of... Get back to this part. So if I do it too high, then I can either... I have a choice. I can choose to either do it four of these down here, or do 2 side by side. Well, the only question is, again, as far as running them, the other part is, and this is another thing I want to try out, is the way I had set up the 2 tiers of dispatchers. Because the thing is if I do go too wide, and the first thing I need to check is this, as long as I can make it through without needing an extra space, because I can make this clean and tight. Best story games, Expedition 33 was so good. Red Dead 2, God of War, Last of Us, I did like that too. I will, and not everyone's seen it, but I'm gonna say that when it comes to, I would actually probably fit Days Gone in there in either my second or third favorite ever. The story in that game was amazing. And it sucks that they never gave it a sequel because it was set up perfectly for that. And the idea that in the future, or not in the future, but after the zombie apocalypse, that motorcycles became horses, the new horse, so to say. It was such a cool, unique kind of way of doing it. And again, the story of him, coming to terms, with his wife and decisions and all these other things. And yeah, it sucked that it came out at the time when that kind of game didn't get the chance. Okay. Adding that love. Yeah, dude, it is, again, like that story just, it got you, almost kind of like Expedition 33, catches you off guard, but that story got you, it's just, and it was the acting, his acting when he was like fighting like the zombies was a little over the top, but I mean the story, the actual cinematic, the back or the flashbacks and stuff, those were so good. All right. So if I went with this, because that would be 4 and then another 2 back there. I don't know if I think the difference between 1 block or 2 blocks, because I could fit it in here. Actually, and then I'm looking for symmetry, so that's the big thing. So I could put you here. And then I guess there, and that would kind of at least make this line up. Now, the thing that's going to mean the most is how does the dispatcher set up the array that I'm considering using. How does that work? I think and the dispatchers, because the problem with them is that they were tall. Set you here. If they made Swarmers MMO like Old Republic style, yeah. Problem is, a lot of the games that we like from back in the day, they don't want to make anymore. I think it's getting back to a time where they're a little more accepting on games. There's still a weirdness in the whole game industry, where they just, for a while, they said Days Gone was a fantastic game, but it didn't get the praise and the love it did, because the entire idea behind it was a man trying to be strong for his woman, and at that time, apparently that was a bad thing for wanting to protect. That's a weird thing too. Have you heard some of the craziness about Pragmatica? They're talking about how it's a terrible game because it's a bunch of men feeling like they need to be protective and father figures. Like, how is that a bad thing? I just wonder sometimes if people are just looking for reasons or something. It's bizarre. Companies are fighting each other to make their own. Oh, and that live service craze too. Like, I remember What was the game where you were in Cuba fighting Castro? It was like the fourth or fifth in a series. It's like a popular series, big AAA. It was fun. I enjoyed it, but then the attempt to try to make it kind of like a live service where, oh, I do have to go this way. You know, checking it every day. Yeah, Far Cry. Yeah, where they wanted you to come in every day for missions and things like that. So even though it was a single-player game, they were still trying to fit in some kind of live service stuff to keep people coming and passes and stuff like that. That's one of the things that's really cool too about Windrose. Is it like a year ago it was meant to be a live service, and then they realized that that's not what people wanted, and they switched over and turned it into a single player game. Like that's unheard of. All right, how did I do this? Okay, so I gave each of the corners there. Now the problem I had was this is too tall, so I had to kind of offset them here. I left the 2 block there, so it was basically 4, 2 next to each other, 4, 2 next to each other, and again backwards it was 2 and 2. So the normal kind of. All right. Question is now, if I were to go up, I think that's the thing. I think we tried that because this thing here is so tall. I don't think there's any way to do it other than. Trying to think if I could line it up behind it like this, and I think it would fit. But then it's the whole problem of trying to feed. Somewhere I have a little bit of space. Well, we'll go back. Let's go back there. I saw what I need to do for this one, if that doesn't work. But if I could still, run a cable up to it on the side and then from there feed it in, it may not look as good, but I think it'll fit better. But if I do go with the way I have it set up there, so it's 4 on the bottom, 4 on top. That 2 wide probably is the same width as the offset 2 dispatchers, and that's what I'm trying to get to. I want to take the 480 coming off of the smelters and then split it between 2 dispatchers.
I need water.
And I think if I can fit them into the same size footprint, I can get more out of these spots here, and I could probably maybe even put them back to back, so like dispatcher to dispatcher facing out, and possibly make that work. That's right, that's where I was working. Alright, yep, so that was what I did. Okay, let's. It goes up to. And then back over here again, another 2 block gap. I'm also trying I'm usually making like a platform with all the double things kind of over the top of each other and trying to not do that. And I did have them too, so I did have this like this, didn't I? For the next one. And I think that's how it was able to stay supported. It was sitting on 2 of those. Okay, and then it would be the same over here. Yeah, because that's right, because it's up top. I'm still going with a 2 block between. Oh, that sucks. All right, well, try this just because I don't want to add a 4th pillar, because that just introduces all kinds of other problems. I just want to see where the second one sits in proximity to the first one. Oh, that's not what I was trying to do. That. Okay. Okay, autosave. So that's off too. So technically, it actually is thinner than this. So I could do that. So this array into there, and it can be closer. It doesn't have to be as far back. I just wanted to kind of get it. So it could literally be this on top, and on bigger spaces I could kind of run them together. But this would be the 2 pure nodes, and 1 more and a half would be what there. So everything here would be smelted and available on transport in these. And what I can do as well, because I think at some places I'm not going to need the full 480. So if I, kind of combine these, because it lets you name them. So, just A and B for whatever I want to decide to call this grouping. And then at another side, if I need 480, I can do both of them feeding into. That's a thing. No, it's still only going to have 480 coming in. So, yeah, it wouldn't make sense to try to get extra. You're still only going to get 480 production. So, yeah, I could either put up 2 receivers on the other end to get the full 480 a minute, or I could have 2 different locations, one off A, one off B, each getting 240. Instead of trying to fit everything in here, which is kind of what I did. So I can find some really good build areas and then send in quite a few different titaniums, and then I could set up the basic titanium items coming out of one spot being fed by multiples of these. I do have that area over here that I could also use. Again, this is a lot of experimenting, but I do kind of like how that looks. Yeah, and I pretty sure that is going. They're not going the. Everybody gets kind of crazy, thinking of that it's like a female protagonist, and so it's like, all this woke stuff or things like that. I don't think that is. I think they're just because they're following the story. They're following the book, so they're not making stuff up as they go. So I think that's just silly for people being concerned about that. I think that they just know how to make a good game that pays homage to the books they're based on, and doesn't think that they need to reinvent everything, which too many companies right now think they need to do. Like the latest, the guys making the Mass Effect series, there was word that they were actually trying to do less of the game so they could attract more non-gamers or something like that. It's like, oh, come on.
I'm dehydrated.
Yeah. Well, that's the problem is there's too many different versions of hardware and things like that. So when these big companies release a game that hasn't been tested on as many different things because they don't do early access, and I think there's a lot of the success of these kind of games are because of the early access. And so by the time they release it as a 1.0, which is where a lot of people will finally play a game, it's very polished, runs like it should, and then people are shocked and surprised at how good of a game it is. And I think that weekend stress tests, things like that, need to happen more often with a lot of the AAA games, because I think what even Marathon had gotten a lot of feedback, not that they did anything about the feedback, but it was there. Okay, I think I need to put you inside then. I don't know. I don't buy games that I don't want to play. I don't buy games because it's supporting something or the other. I buy games because I either want to play it or I've heard good things. Kind of some of my backlog I haven't played yet, but I know I'm gonna play it eventually. And that's why I pick games. That's why I play those games. Okay. Will you now stick? Okay, there we go. Star Rupture just needs to add more content to fix the lag issues. Great game. Yeah, I think their plan is still a year out. So there's still... It really... there's a lot of time left in this game. So there's a lot of things to fix. And then as long as they keep listening, or if they start listening, I don't know if they're listening all the time right now. But as long as they listen to the fans, they'll be fine. Because, again, yeah, you're right. It's got such a good core right now. Is it wrong that I hate seeing empty holes and just need to put stuff here even though it's not really necessary? And something too, like watching him, he has such good ideas, Genji, but his use of the straight rail all the time, I don't know, it looks so different than when the cross rail is there. It's another one of those things that I just have to do differently. Okay, so I have you right here. 8 smelters, 480 ore in, 480 bars out. And then I guess give it a what? I have to figure out a different way because I do want the output to come this way now. And it does need to have a spot in between it for it to put the rails out. Don't pull a Toon Awakening. Devs have a fantastic foundation and don't know where to stop tinkering and kill the game. Well, have you heard their latest thing? It was this week, and from what I understand, most of the players are happy. The players that aren't happy are the PvPers or the ones that love to gank people. Is they're going to more of a PvE style. They're going to offer servers where you can PvP, but they're going to make PvP taking it out of the game for most players on their actual servers. Which, again, in my mind, if you have a game where you spend the first 50-60 hours as a PvE and then all of a sudden at the end you kind of pull the rug and allow bullies, I guess, to just go in and kill you. Just reminds me of WoW and getting ganked all the time. So that's what they're talking about, though, is going away from the PvP side and leaving the option for people to play on a PvP server if that's what they want, but taking away the requirement for the PvP. Okay. So the way we had it here. Yeah, so then, and they're trying to get that group back that left, the ones that walked away because they weren't having fun. So we'll see if it works. Come on. Alright, so let's... I think the farthest I'm going to go back is here. So it doesn't technically have to be, I guess, on the same level as... Oh, gotta eat. As the other ones. That PvP and PvE always had been separate. Yeah. It's... I think that devs are getting better now at realizing the difference between the majority and the vocal minority. Those are two separate things. And I think a lot of times the devs don't quite understand the difference, that the people that like a game aren't going to be on your message boards complaining about everything because it's playing the way they like it. So then the ones that you got bitching and moaning are typically, like I said, that vocal minority that has a different outlook. Okay, if I'm going to do this, I got to back these up. Trying to see what one of these slices would look if I made the double dispatcher part of it. Alright, so okay. The brothels in Old Fable won't be, yeah. That's the thing, though. I'm curious to see what Witcher does, you know, because the whole unicorn scene and stuff like that. Stuff unicorn. That's not necessarily family friendly now either, is it? Okay. I'm gonna have to give it some space because I forgot it's a 4 wide instead of the 3 wide. I think the way I'd done it, if I'm not mistaken. As the blocks had been I think so. And it had been what, like this? Opposite sides of here. And then 2 blocks there. Four. No, that goes way too far over. It was definitely not that. Or maybe it was. Oh, that's for the next bottom layer. Dirt. Okay. I was wondering why I was sticking out so far. Okay, that's fine. I'm mostly wanting to see the second one. Now, is it literally just sitting on these 2? Is that all I need? Yeah, I think that is it. It's just sitting on there. And it lines up with that group, and this one lines up with that group for the most part. And then the next one comes down here. Yeah, so technically that tiles perfectly with the full 480 array. I think I'd rather put you a little bit closer to give it just a little extra support here. And just feel more comfortable that way. So this right here takes most of that. And I do like the look of it. Okay, so so I think the next one, it sucks that it's not a full, because it's what, 120, 240, 360. And I don't know, maybe that's fine enough, because I'm going to need places that don't need that full amount. So maybe that's what that might be what I put on part of the description of it, is how much the output is. That might not be a bad idea. Okay, so I can still line it up perfectly within the same range. I'm going to try that and see how the 2-story fits as well. So I just need 3 in between, and then 3 in between. Oh, that's right. Okay, so the next 2 are 1. Eventually I'll start getting to where this will actually just be second nature doing these instead of get the initial build process down. Okay, and that should be everything I need for the second slice. Although I think I'm not going to need 2 at the top. I only need 6 smelters here. Remember how crazy it was trying to fit 14 smelters and doing it in this small little... I love it. Okay. I think I am going to... I don't know. I like it being filled. You're not part of that. Actually, the other thing too is I need to make sure... Yeah, instead of it coming up and coming back because they're both going this way, I think that actually makes sense to... Okay, so that would go to there. And that would go to there, but its one also comes up to here and goes into there. Okay, so input, 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 input. Let's make sure that all works, and then we just need to play with the... output as well. Oh, I already ran you guys. But the other one needs to come the other direction. Okay. And... So I could see... Well, again, if I put it this way, it comes out the back side, so it still needs to do it this way. I don't need this one here. Oh, no, I do need that one. So there, that goes there. There. And then I could combine them here to go into there. And then combine them here to go to there. Let's try that. Yeah, I'm thinking top layer into one, or into the one on the top, and then the bottom layer. Okay, I think I still need an extra one here, which I'm not really concerned about. To there. It should be the same thing here. My understanding of production has broken down when I received all the factory upgrades. Now I don't know what to do yet. Yeah, I think that's why a lot of us just said screw it and just decided to start all over. Just because there is so much that change, especially production numbers and sizes. That's the big thing, is that, you know, some stuff you could do if you didn't have to rip out and then completely expand or change the size of your base. Okay. So that's a 480 slice. Now I think I would still... a different height, yeah. If I need to get around, probably the same thing up top. I don't need you guys at all. I think that was when I was going to try to stick those in directly behind. So I could probably fit it into it closer if I wanted to, but I think that I'm good with this, because right now oh, is it now? Do I have to put you first before I can place you? If so, that's interesting. So it would be right here is where I've been placing them before. Yep, I can still place it. I just have to do that one first. And these are like the only 2 slices I need to take up this site of ore. I mean, technically this thing's basically functioning. It is the 2 in between. Just there. Or did I do... Yeah, I just did it the whole way. And I didn't need you at all. Technically, I could probably just remove... No, I need this. I still need this for putting the other block on. Or the other dispatcher. Now I'm going to see if I need to maybe place it a little bit further over just for lining it up like the other one. Yeah, you're not lined up there anymore, so I'm thinking... because they don't take up the same amount of space, I can leave a little gap between them, which will make them even more distinguished. Okay, so the first line goes right in line with you. Okay, it should be right here. Said it's going to take me a few to get this down. It's you. Okay, so it is the same all the way through. Okay, that makes things easier. I thought it was switching up at some point. 2, 3, 4. Here we have to go 2 for the other one to sit on. And if I were to put a little space between these, there'd be even more separating them. I don't think that's really a big concern. There. You go there, and then you still line up with you, and you still line up with you. Still not a fan of all this empty space. I know I can't do the entirety over here because of you guys. Yeah. But I can at least... I can't help it. It needs to be filled in. It just looks weird floating there by itself, not connected to anything. That looks more like it's supported. Same thing over here. At least I didn't get any partial foundations with these. That's another annoying thing that happens now. Yeah, I think that just looks better. Looks like it's supposed to be there. Okay, and I think in this case, I only need 6. And I want to have the one missing on each level. So I think I want to put the full thing on the bottom. And then we'll probably just skip the back ones here. Okay, and smelter goes. You guys are just gonna be blank like that. And same thing. Okay, that isn't even, because I've only got 3 up here and 3 down, 4 down, or 2 up here and 4 there. So I think I need to take just 1 off the back of each of these. That way they still... I got 3 up top, 3 in the bottom, because they feed into the levels. Alright, and then I just need to put in the connectors again. Yeah, not sure why you went up. Here. I get to put the back on? I did. Oh, gotcha. So up here, I just went there. Yeah, because I don't have to put any pillars on the top. I think that I'm probably end up going to get into the same habit of probably doing the bottom first, connecting everything, and then going up and doing the top, and then I'll connect everything up there as opposed to doing it all in one shot. think I like this, though. And it's taking some things from Genji. A lot of it has to do with being able to get it sorted out at the place I wanted it to, which is convenient. And this last one I want, yeah, they were all, except for those ones. Okay. Need this as well here. Did I not have you run in? Oh, I had to replace. I had to move it again because I couldn't place the bottom one in without it. Okay, I think that one does work better. There's nothing to catch here or there. You went in, you went in, you went in. Just gotta do the same thing down here. Although we're connecting to there. 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 And there wasn't anything back there for that to connect to. Alright. Okay, let's go get the ore coming in. Said we'll take the two pures, combine you into one line. Oh, shoot. I forgot. I got more coming in than I was thinking. Okay. We need more. Each one of those pures is feeding a full array. Well, that's actually pretty easy to stick these back in because it's already still right here. I forgot all about that. I got the new extra fancy rails. Okay, inputs are tied in. And now I do need to add cross rails to there. Yeah, I was forgetting. He did his where he hadn't unlocked the version 2 excavator yet, so that did make a difference. that's the 2 pures. Let's get those run real quick. Should probably be a little closer. Yeah, that means the 2 normals combined for a 480. And then I guess the 2 pours is just a half a slice now. Do I have bugs? It's not letting me fly. Or am I about to have a rupture? I don't see any bugs. My guess is it's a rupture. Which, not the best timing. Yeah, it is. You're there. And I can still run you guys together. I think that's not a bad way to do this. These are already completed. Alright, let's get in there for this. So basically what I'm doing is going to save me from having to do any more titanium for a while. This will probably be enough titanium for multiple builds. Still got to... So I've got the titanium ore here. I'm going to have to pick a place to be the titanium crafts. So I take a bunch of this and turn it into multiple dispatchers of rods, beams, and sheets. Be a lot of infrastructure. Or I could just say that's 1,000 right now. Eight times 6 is 48. Yeah, they're each 480. Oh yeah, that's right. 480 ore turns into a whole bunch of more stuff. Yeah, if I went up to... So it would be 8 crafters to use up 480 bars for rods, producing 960. So that would be 1 array of rods using 2 receivers. I can stack those. And I would need 8 crafters for sheets to use 480, putting at 1440. Oh dear God. Uh, 12 just to use half. So in that case, I think that I'm going to have a half coming out of here. So that's literally what I'm about to produce is 2 full 480s and then 1 120 or 240. So that altogether would craft this. And then I could basically probably make... I made 12 housings. Good grief. And I'd still have lots left over. I think 12 would be the better number. But $360, so another 120 would be, so 18. But I'd be left with 720 each of rods, beams, and sheets, and 360 housings off of what I have here. Problem is, I don't, well, I mean, I could set it up to build, like, it's going to take more headspace to figure out, because I can't send all of this in one, so the minimum it would be what, 4, maybe 5 dispatchers for each. And so I could either take one dispatcher for 300 or 2 for 480. No, it'd be 240. So 1 for 240, 2 for 480. So I could split it that way. And I could use it at multiple places. So I think that would be the way to go. So the question is can I fit that in here? Knowing that I still need to put okay, 480, 480. The two of you together are 480, so that's a third full slice. And then you guys are a half a slice. So 2, 4, it's going to be 6. Yeah, it'll be 7 dispatchers. And like I said, I just need to give them some kind of name that'll group them together in a 480, but with an A and B. So if I choose to, I can just take the partial based off of the other things I build right now. Because I think pretty much it's going to be setting up a lot of these, of the different types of ore. And then once I have them, figure out where the next place is. Thought process is I could use this area over here to craft the fabricators, or I mean the rods, beams, sheets, and possibly the housing. Because I can keep dropping the elevation for the slices as they go down. And this is going to end up coming out to, think about here. Okay, let's get the next one the next one going. Okay, let's get further down here. Or I could just say that this is enough for right now. I just don't know. Do I want to spend all the time one time just to knock it all out, or I have to come back later if I need more? I just don't think I'm going to need more for a while. So I think I'm just going to take the 2 that we have. Again, that's 4 dispatchers of 240 or 2 of 480. Alright, so let's go back to what I was just doing before the rupture. Okay, if I want to bring it down to the middle. Right there. And I may decide to do some of these off stream just to kind of knock them out, depending on how long these things take. I don't want to. So far I've spent almost 2 hours on this. Well, I did the first part over there, so technically it hasn't been the full 2 hours. I don't want to get focused on doing one thing for an entirety. But I do need to get some of the other ones. So before I can start making the more complex things, I need to get titanium, wolfram, and calcium all basically ready to send. And I do like the idea of receivers. I think it is cleaner, especially if I end up... I don't think I'm going to be using multiples for a lot of these things, but I still think it's a cleaner solution. Okay. I think what we'll do... need you here. Yeah, and that's going to be another thing to figure out now. So if I... So it probably would be better for you to have come in over here. Or what? 3 spots. Or no, 2 spots. You came in over here. Yep. And that actually, then I don't have to do any weird things, because I don't plan on doing or coming back and redoing this. This is, I'm already using the tier 2 excavator, so there's no reason to redo this somewhere down the road. This is going to be permanent. And the first example of this. Okay. Am I going to have problems with trees? I don't think so. We will find out. Does not look like it. And now instead of where we put it there, we'll put it here and get out of the way. Now,
I need
do
water.
What I wanted to do, which was to put you here. Jack and Dexter. I'm still holding out hope for a remaster of New Vegas. That would be fantastic. I'm a sucker for Fallout games, and that was such a good version of that game, or of Fallout 3. I didn't mind Fallout 3 by itself as well. Just New Vegas was just such a good game. Okay.
Rockula status stable. Arcadia status stable.
Now I need to program and then give power. That's interesting. It's the first time I'll have basically just used bars as an output. And I've noticed too that it's not just me that's noticed this. That it seems like you can pull items through a construction thing. Like if you have 4 items going into a furnace and you put the storage on the output, it acts like you could pull all the inputs as well as the output, which is weird. am thirsty. What is the space between pillars for full support? I get no idea doing multi-levels. I found if you're trying to do like a full use of a top platform, four gap on one side, 2 gap on the other. I'm only doing the 3 here because that's all I need. But all my big builds that I used to be doing, that's what I did. So every 5 blocks and every 3 blocks is basically, I just call it the gaps. And that's enough at 3 pillars for it to be able to support all the way to the middle pillar between them. Alright. So how do I want to call these? T1... Titanium... TX1A. Now this would be 2A. Right? Yeah. So this would be titanium 1 TX2A. So this whole place will be titanium 1 and then transmitter array 1 and 2. So that's actually this would be 2B. Oh my god. It's a good thing I copied and pasted it for ease of the other ones. Yeah, top would be B and U would be little A. Also beams. And you are actually 1B. 1A. Okay. Now it just needs power. Scared of future of gaming if I'm hooked now. May never get off. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Like my mom was always, that's what she was always talking about is, oh, you spend too much time playing games and stuff. And now I see my own kids and it's like I can't really tell them not to because, you know, it's definitely double standard compared to what I did. Yeah, I'd rather put that in the back somewhere and connect it. Too many trees here, I think. Should be someplace back here though I can do, and I just need to connect it or touch one of these rails and then I'll be fine. Is that enough? It's enough. And I don't need to cool anything yet. When I do the rest of these I probably will. Okay, everything is coming in now. Yep, feeding to all. And then should start feeding into our dispatchers, which probably should have put some kind of storage buffer in between. Look at Star Rupture as educational versus something brain numbing like Fortnite. Yeah, I can see that. All right, trying to think if there's a way to fit storage. I don't think I need the large storage. So if I did this and this, this, and that. It doesn't have to be a big buffer, but I would like a buffer. And that just being, I want it to be able to instantly fill this. As soon as it says something, I want it to immediately be able to fill it and not wait for these guys to manufacture something for it. I'm probably going to switch this to here, because it's a straighter shot. Okay. Not bad. And now I've got a little bit of buffer. I don't need a giant buffer, because this thing can still only send... Go here. It still can only send, 300 items a minute through each one of these. Oh, completely 100%. Like, I was asked today by my 17-year-old son if I would teach him how to shave. Like, yeah. But yeah, when it comes to electronics and things like that, even more so. Just... And I think that they're also not learning some of the basic other kinds of skills, because everything that you want, you can Google. So, I mean, people talk about things like math and things and stuff over there. I think, at least in school, it depends on the kid, because not all of them want to learn everything necessary. But yeah, I can see stuff like that becoming a huge issue. Okay. Yeah, this is done and ready. I've basically got like 1,000 bars-ish standing by. And I'll have the room here for the other 2.5 slices. Now, if I come over here, because I would like to try to keep things as much in this area as possible. I don't want to be spreading build sites everywhere. And this seems like a fairly good spot to be building at. And out of curiosity, so I need tier 1 fabricators. I could fit 18 in a 2 wide slice, so that would basically be 3 of those. Going 3 deep. Oh no, that was right. 360, 360. Now, why is it thinking it needs... Oh, because I'm not telling how much I have. Okay, let's see. So I've got 480. 480. Was it one normal and 2 impures? Yeah. And then 120. 120. Glad I was born in early 90s, in the middle of the old and the new tech. Boomers and Gen Z seems to have different struggles. Yeah. I'm at the end, or towards the end of the Gen Z, or Gen X, sorry. It's, if we don't understand technology, it's because we're just stubborn and don't want to. It's not that we can't. But yeah. Gen Z is definitely... Well, they were the first generation raised on technology. It's like the basic gist of it. Yeah, and now we've got AI that's even more. What do you want to call that? The I win button. That's what we used to call it back in the day. Yeah. No, Gen Xers, yeah. the feral generation, some would say. It's funny because I even commented to my ex-wife how when our twins were young, we were, although my parents did all right. But yeah, I kind of laughed at how in some ways we were still acting like, helicopter parents to our kids. Although she would be Gen Z. So I guess there would be a difference. I just remember as a kid, getting up and be like, bye, Mom, walk out the door, didn't say where I was going, what I was doing, and I would just come back that night. Yeah. Although my oldest is looking like he wants to get into, like, auto mechanics. And there is some technology that required for that as well, but it's definitely, I don't think that's a job that's going to get taken over anytime soon. Not that it can't be, considering they're trying to make robots now. Okay. I think I want to do, the regular ones first. So that would be 6 here, 12, and I needed 18. So that's the width of my fabricators. And I believe... Alright, let me go back and... I spent like 2.5 hours working this out. I should probably make sure I get this correct. Fabricators were the easiest one, the version 1s, because they were tiny and I could fit a lot of them in that space. I need to make an easier path to get back up to here from over there. So I think this would be the place. Yeah. Oh, I know. And like the looks you get from, like, young parents, they're there, of like the thought of just letting your kids go off and not knowing where they are and the dangers and all the other things. And it's not that there weren't dangers, it's not that there weren't predators, it's just, I don't know, we were smarter. Like, there was the whole don't talk to stranger things. That was us. Go off, have fun, but be smart, be safe. Other than, shooting at each other with slingshots, bottle rockets, and BB guns. I broke my both wrists at the same time. I broke a foot. I broke a toe. Just out playing, having fun. The wrists, though, were bad because I snapped both of them. I took a fall head first, and I broke them both so bad. The doctors are like, if it was one or the other, it would have been a shoulder cast, but we couldn't put both of his arms in shoulder casts, so I got to do regular ones. Which I then immediately went and started chasing my sisters around with clubs. I'm amazed to this day that me and my sisters have such good relationships now. I was a terror as a kid. Of course, in my defense, they would always get me in trouble for doing nothing, so at some point I just said, screw it, if I'm going to get in trouble, I might as well earn it. And I was definitely the generation of wait till your dad gets home. And that was the scariest words ever. When I heard them, I knew it was it. I was done for. Yeah, I was done for. You could dread it all you want and hope Mom forgot, but nope, there was a come to Jesus meeting about to happen, and it usually ended up with your ass hurting. Yep. Alright, there are my... Yeah, so this is basically a 2-slice or 12 fabricators. And again, I know there's a way to make it 6 or 3 high. I just don't like the numbers. They don't... I mean, I guess I could go 3 wide or 3 deep, 3 high, but still, that's only 9. 3 high, 4 deep would be 12. I don't know. I like 6. It's very simple. So it was every 2 blocks. Except for at the end, I didn't have to do it. I was 1 short. and then the 3 wide, and then a gap between. Yeah, easy, like super easy. And it goes in and comes back out the same side. In here up to there, and then out here down to there. Bring back the times your parents sent you to a tree to get. Oh my God! And it's like, if you didn't bring a good enough one back, they would send you back, only you'd get twice as bad. Or how you learn how to start crying before it really hurt, because that was usually the point they stopped. Oh man, that was definitely a different time. Oh yeah. No, I don't think my mom got a job until like 5 or 10 years after all the kids were out of the house. But I think she was very codependent. Would be the nice way of saying it. She was 30-something before she got a driver's license, and her admitted reason later was because it meant that my dad had to drive her everywhere. It was almost like a control thing. Yeah. But, I mean, they stayed married all the way up until the end. I think she went from cancer 3 or 4 years ago, and then he went almost 2 years ago from a car accident. We were worried, though, for him initially. We didn't know how if he was going to, you know, with the loss of her. I mean, it was... She fought it for, like a year and a half, which, you know, so it was not like a surprise. It just... The end was kind of quick, because she was getting some experimental stuff. It was working, but then she started having issues with her kidneys and blood infections, and it kept her up in Dallas away from Houston. And so because she missed like a week or two, it went voracious, and that was it. The world was better for social media. Yeah. It's just all kinds of things sort of thrown into one. It's like the social media, AI, Google, YouTube, just all the different things. Like teaching kids how to operate simple, like actual equipment that doesn't have a touch screen. My favorite thing to do with all my sailors was to ask them why a fax machine is called a fax machine. And none of them realized that it actually was abbreviation for a real word. It's like, it's a facsimile machine. Just so funny, like the stuff that gets lost over time. Okay, so the first one was 1, right? And then after that, it was every 2 gap. Yeah. Realizing that we're getting to that point where we're the ones complaining about the music these days and all the stuff we made fun of our parents for. 1, 2, 3 times 6 is 18, which is what I need for this. I don't remember how far out this went, so we'll go out a few just to make sure we're far enough. And then I still got to feed into dispatchers. As far as that goes. Oh yeah, absolutely, and god damn it, I earned it. Okay, was it here or here? Down it. Now I'm trying to think that was there so we could place the rail. So yeah, I think it was this. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I guess there's nothing saying I can't do. I mean, well. So that's 16. And then just a small little pinch of these over at the edge on their own. Hold on. Before I do this, I think it's going to make a big difference on this. If I do 8, how many am I using? 160. So see, that's not good. If I use 6, I'm using 120. Okay, yep. I think I want to keep it at 6. So even though I can, doesn't mean I have to. Or should. So, and that's really the only thing. So maybe, no, because I think even the silicone sheets are fabricated version 2. I had a Gen Z kid in his 20s ask me how to use a Phillips screwdriver. What the heck? Wow. It would be funny if it weren't true. I think, and I'm not saying it's a reason for people to, you know, to say join the service or whatnot, but as technicians, you know, they had to learn. You know, that was like a cool thing, is like you had to actually learn how to troubleshoot and half step and problem solve and things like that. Yeah, maybe one more over the back. There. Let's do 2 just to be safe. Again, this is a whole lot of experimenting right now. Yeah. Some of my sailors, though, got really good at it, you know? And again, it's because you don't have a choice. You know, you get sent to a school, you know, so in case people aren't fully kind of understanding of it. So the Navy's very different than the other branches. Like, there's no MOS. We actually get a rate that divides us into our own community. As opposed to, you know, a single job that could be anybody. So my rate being electronics technician or an ET meant that all the schools and all the systems that I operated were either radios, and I'm not operated, I was maintenance. So either radios, radars, or in my case, link equipment that linked those with other NATO allies, things like that, or other ships. And then inside your rating, so again, me being an electronics technician or an ET, you had your school. And that's called an NEC. I forget what it actually stands for. And so if your gear goes down, you're there till you fix it. It's not nobody else but you. You're the one that got sent to a school for that specific piece of gear or equipment. So it's like, it's a sink or swim, you know? The longer it takes you to figure something out, the longer it takes you to go home when it's, you know, when your stuff's broken, or in the case of being on a deployment, go to bed. You know, you gotta, because a lot of times those are important systems on the ship. So again, forced to learn. You know, it's a unique situation compared to a lot of the current generation, what they're kind of forced to adapt to. So I'm trying to think of ways that you could incorporate something like that into like college, high school, something where, again, like, you're actually required to, you know, to learn. Oh yeah, it's a future documentary. And here's the thing too. So I don't know if do you guys take the the ASVAB? Oh, that's the test you take when you first get in, right? On how to use a screwdriver. I know. Do you want to put toilet water on it? Yeah. So the ASVAB is a test that they use to. It's not an intelligence test. I've realized that over time. We joked about it and we said it's actually a test for autism. Because the higher you score on this test, the more autistic or the more ism or something you probably are. And it was very accurate, because most of the tech rates were known to be very lacking in social skills. You know, smart people but not very street smart. And what I've realized after the fact is it's not based on intelligence. It is based on problem solving. And that's why there are people that are smart that get such low scores or even fail it multiple times, is it doesn't measure what you learned in school. It measures how, because all the questions are, they're problem solving questions, you know, and if it uses your ability to understand what is being asked and then be able to figure it out in a logical manner. And again, that's why I think that people on those spectrums do so well, is because their minds already operate in that fashion. So, you know, I didn't go to college. I think I took community college for like a half a semester. But I passed that with the highest possible score that you can get. And it's funny too, because, you know, it's like, you know, different people are proud of their scores and things like that. And it's like, you know, again, it was problem solving. It was pattern recognition. It was all these things that are just common sense, but they're not common sense to a lot of this generation. Yeah. Because they don't have to. And that's the thing too, is like, you know, once, you know, if a job requires you to do extra work, you quit that job and find something that's easier. You know, it requires schooling. That's one thing in the Navy, or I'm sure it's in most services in general, is, you know, you were constantly getting sent to new schools, learning new skill sets and things like that. Like it wasn't just something you did at the beginning and then never saw again. College for a year. My second year, I bought a car playing dominoes at school. It's funny on deployments. Is the underground poker scene is real. Some people making a lot of money playing poker. No Texas Hold'em. Yeah. Okay. So you're shoot. Forgot. These face the opposite direction on the top. So this is going to use, this array here of 18 fabricators is going to use 360 ore, or 360 bars. Okay, yep, I got to do it this way. All right. Yeah. Take me a sec to remember. So it's kind of one of the things, like with our kids, we force them to figure things out. We're both of the same belief that kids don't know how to problem solve, because their older sister, yeah, that's a whole nother story. But again, half of the time she was raised by her grandma because of, you know, deployments, things like that. It was my stepdaughter. And so it was kind of back and forth. But again, first kids are always like the experiment, right? And then you figure out what to do, and then after that, it's like, it's unfair because, you know, you loosen the reins a bit. And I remember how mad and upset we were at my baby sister because she got to do things that our parents wouldn't even dream of letting us do, even in that time frame. And I was like, that she was number 4. It goes out to here. And, you know, friggin' 7 years after I was born. Yep. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Instant gratification. And again, is it really their fault? It's all about, again, it's all about how you're raised. And I think that's like one of the biggest problems. Oh yeah, you're the outputs. Yeah, you go here, here, here. And you come up here, there, and there. Participation. Oh God, I hate that. I'm lucky my kids are Gen Z and don't have that issue. They're very grounded in it. Again, it's how you raise them. And I think that's the frustration part, is there's a lot of parents these days expect the schools to raise their kids. And they're sort of doing that, but I would say that it's not always works out the best. And the other thing is consequences. The lack of consequences. Again, I'm not saying that, we have to go beat our parents, or beat your kids, but the fact that the worst that can happen is, you get a skull or a severe talking to, and maybe you get grounded for a week. No technology, which you find your way around anyway. Yeah, I think one of the biggest differences between the generations and whatnot is it's a lack of consequence, or lack of consequences for your actions. Yep. I mean, just when you think about it, as when we were kids, if we messed up, we paid for it. And we knew we were going to pay for it. And sometimes we had to weigh, the adage was is the juice worth the squeeze kind of thing. And sometimes, we did something, nobody get in trouble, but we didn't act like a victim when we got in trouble for it. We knew we knew it was wrong. And now the way it is, it's like everything that happens to kids these days, it's like it's not your fault. It's they didn't do enough for you, or this, this, that, and the other. It's never your kid's fault. And so they spend their entire childhood being told nothing's their fault, and then they go get a job and finally face consequences for the first time, and then they crash out on social media about how terrible. And then, of course, we watch it going, duh, you did this, what did you expect was going to happen? Yeah. And it's funny, it's like, where are we going to be, down the road, 20, 30, 50 years down the road? It's going to be idiocracy, I think. Yeah. And I was watching, someone was talking about, something about the forgotten generation, and how we're not being forgotten anymore. People are starting to kind of wake up to it. And it's like they thought we were like the quiet generation because, we didn't complain about a lot of things and everything. And it was like, well, I mean, it's not going to do you any good. You got problems, you figure it out, and you move forward. Yep. And like I said, we'll see, because right now the kids are, and that's another thing too. Oh man. And it's not saying it's completely wrong, because there are merits to it and everything, but in the military, because of the fact that when things happen, you have to be able to react, and you have to be able to react immediately and decisively. And so that's why, an order's an order. You don't question the order. You don't, you kind of react to it, because a lot of times, especially on a ship, that could be the difference between life or death, not just like whether the mission goes good. And, you didn't have to explain it, just that was enough. The last 10, 15 years, it became, well, when you tell your sailors what to do, you should actually give them, explain to them why you're doing what it is, so they understand, because otherwise they're going to feel picked on or what. It's like, man, it's so much difference where, again, we're coddling. Oh, bugs. I was thinking it was... Yeah, again, coddling, no repercussions, no consequences, things like that. It's hilarious. It is... Is it a good movie? I don't think it probably got very good ratings as far as like there, but it's hilarious because the satire of what the future could be is actually kind of turning out to be factual. So that's why you get a lot of people will call it a documentary, not a movie. I heard a veteran explain all his training is now bad habits due to how much tech has changed warfare. So, and here's the thing too. So I get where they're going from that, because when I went to school, I went through boot camp. And the boot camp initially is to kind of break you out of the civilian mentality and instill the military mentality. You know, it's meant to, you know, you always hear the stuff about breaking you down and building you back up. And then as your rating goes, I go to what was called at that time tech course, different version of it, but it's a basic of electronics. And then I went to A school, which was like 6 months of schooling, half on radios, half on radars, where you actually troubleshot down to component level, resistors, transistors, diodes, stuff like that. So that if something broke underway and you had this card, you could actually troubleshoot to bring it back online, keep your system running. 10 years down the road, they stopped teaching to that level. Instead, if a card goes bad, you just replace the card. And then they get to the point where they call them black boxes, where you have like these big sets of cards in a box, and if anything goes bad, you replace the whole box. Like the ability of troubleshooting to a component level doesn't exist anymore. Like that just kind of got thrown out the window. And it's not just in electronics too, it's even in other parts of the rating. But yeah, and it's the silliness, because the amount of money that's spent on those those components is silly and a waste, versus a $2, $3, $5 resistor or diode if you could get it down to that level. But instead we're spending $10,000. I had cards that I replaced out of systems that were $100,000 for a single card, $20,000 with the turn-in. So if you didn't have the card to replace with, because you'd give them the turn-in, and they would just fix the one resistor and then turn around and sell it right back to us. Like it was silly, the level of just stupidity. All right, so that's 18 fabricators for 1,000 beams. All right, so I need 6 version 2 fabricators for the bars and 8 for the sheets. The thing that freaks me out is our right to repair. Yes. Yep. The interesting thing is, I think that the European are fighting that more than we are here, and because things are kind of sold in both ways, I think it's kind of because like the that save the game movement or stop destroying game thing or whatever looks like it's going to pass, so that's kind of a big thing. And then, you know, so that's going to be a huge change to how video games are made, especially live service or things that run on servers and stuff. So that's kind of cool that that's happening. But yeah, I saw something on John Deere, you know, where again, everything is computers and is software. Half the stuff that goes wrong is software. And yeah, you can't fix it yourself. You gotta turn it in. Yep. And there's a lot of lobbying, because a lot of these companies want to keep you coming into them, because they make a ton of money off of making you come to them for fixes.
Ruptura activity detected. I recommend finding a safe place.
Another one already. Yeah, I just want to get these things built over here. Still need to get the dispatchers hooked up, but I think I'll do dispatchers once everything is kind of hooked up. But I think this is a good way to do this now, because it takes a little bit longer to get these set up, but then again, once I'm done with getting them set up, I don't have to do it again for a while. That should be enough to actually get me probably through assemblers and compounders. Possibly even the mega press. Well, no, that's past the mega presses. So yeah, I think it's enough to get through there. I'll probably have to add more once I get to the newer things, like another set. So I'll find another big location of titanium or wolfram or the different things. Although I may not need much more wolfram because that site down here is ridiculous. So I'll probably get enough there that I'll be okay for quite a while on that one. Elon even described as almost impossible to start a new car company because the legacy car manufacturers. Yep. Washington just made a change. So, Washington State, you are only allowed to buy a car from a dealership. You cannot buy straight from the car company. So it's like this thing over there. Tesla for a while had the sole right because I think he used to be. Washington's lost a lot. Yeah, so they were the only one allowed to sell directly to customers. And this year they've actually changed it now, so all electric car companies are allowed to sell straight to the customer. So again, if like say the big three were able to sell directly to us, it would cost us less because the dealerships take the markups, the cuts, all the different things. Like the manufacturer price is what the manufacturers, you know, and then they raise it all up. Yep. There's a lot of weird things that are happening because it's never what's the word I'm looking for, like it's never like put out for you to be able to see. It's not easy. You have to like look for a lot of things, and I think that's where a lot of people find out stuff is the Freedom of Information Act, where they request stuff that otherwise would never be available, and then they start finding out some of the shady stuff that happens. I have my tier 2 fabricator setup that I put together over here, so I want to get a look at that. Remember how I made that one. It's happening soon too, isn't it? By early on in space, mine have picked the leader. Especially, and if you can get into the other things, because they're all going to combine. So, SpaceX, the Tesla, and whatever that AI thing, they're all going to combine at some point and maybe even become one company. Who knows? So yeah, getting in on a lot of those before they actually do is kind of a big thing. Am I going past where I built them? Up, right over this way. Right after the rupture, it's so hard to see where you're going. All right, here we are, and that's it right here. So I had it set up for 4 in a slice. Terafab, yep. And with Intel involved, it just became more viable, I guess you would call it. Okay, so it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which normally you couldn't do, but I put those in the middle. And I went every other block instead of a 2 gap, which gave it a little more as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1 out on the front. And 6. All right. 5 gap, 7 across. Okay. Figures I would build all these way over here. That was about 3 hours between streams that I was sitting there playing around with those, building it, tearing it down until I could finally actually make them fit, because they're so wide. The furnaces were the hardest ones to get. Yep, and that's I think why they're talking about going into space. And it's weird. They talk about how hard it is to cool in space, but I thought space was cold. I guess it's just all the science fiction. I guess if you're... I guess it's hot if you're in range of the sun, which would make sense because it'd be no ozone, no atmosphere, none of those kind of things. So you just be getting all of it straight blast. But what if you built it on the dark side? On the dark side of the moon is dark for us, not always to the sun. They'll figure something out, I'm sure. Should be getting another Starship launch here shortly too. That'll be interesting. The first V3. Kind of looking forward to that. Data center space is the future we don't have to part from here yet. Yeah, because then they can use solar. And I think that's why they want to have it in an area where the sun's there 24 hours a day, so they all the power they would ever need. All right. So let's see if I were to count this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's one longer than those, but a bunch wider. And direct sunlight, 400 degrees, and not. It's like absolute cold. Yeah, that's yeah. That's yep. Okay, I think I can still. Yeah, if I keep this line, I like the line. Think I want to give a little bit of space between to make it obvious that this is a new. Well, it's going to be obvious too because they're a lot bigger. All right, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 gap in the middle. Every other block. 6 of these. It's annoying when people criticize electric cars, like all vehicles have issues. It's just different ones, like pick your poison kind of thing. It also annoys me when people looked at your gas car and talk about how bad you are for the environment and ignore the fact that the process of making their battery for their car is worse for the environment than a combustion engine. Yeah, that part cracks me up. Okay, and then it was 6. Wouldn't be exact center, so I think so. It was like 1, 2. This and this, I think. But it'll get better and better. And I think that over time they're going to figure out different ways to make batteries as well. Oh, core. I want to make sure. Actually, if I put it over here, I'm not going to build anything here. Yeah, that works. Yeah. Everybody has their own different, problems with vehicles and stuff. Okay, okay. So why? Or did I go double wide? I get funny looks having a Cybertruck at my house is off grid, so free charging. Yeah, especially if you have, say, solar. Like even more win-win. Did I go 5 wide or did I go 4 wide, leaving a gap? Now I'm second guessing. Alright, you know what?
I need water.
I'm going back and forth. Let's put you over here so I can just flash back and forth over there. Be the last time I need to make this. Florida's a perfect place for off-grid. Most condos. Really? For what reason? That's kind of BS. Some people don't understand how much money SpaceX. Yeah. Well, and how much money it costs to get to that point too, though. The number of satellites that they have up that's part of that, and the cost of those satellites, yeah. And now Bezos is trying to catch up, trying to get his own stuff up there. And you know, when it first was happening, everybody thought it was a joke, or was never going to be enough for people to want to use it. It was just a fringe thing for people who couldn't get regular. And now you have entire wars being won or lost because of it. Okay, why do I have you here? Oh, you were part of that old thing. Good. I don't need you here. Put a quick little up down here. Yeah, and the funny part is people don't get it, that it's not one side or the other; it's both sides. That's the part that really gets you. They're two sides sometimes of the same coin. They say different things, but in the end, they both do the same thing whenever they have a chance to be the ones in charge. How do I get power to you easily? Yeah, that mess. That's a pretty good back. If it gets to the point where it is truly, you know, competes with like the higher end kind of internets, it would almost be worth, you know, to be able to have it no matter where you are. Because right now your internet's stuck at your house where you live. Yep. Why are you? I just connected you. Didn't I? Oh, I went too low. Okay. Confused.
Stable stage. The climate of Arcadia is
now you should connect. Oh, you're not powered. I didn't realize that. Still, I'm probably gonna need more though. Should probably put another one of those down. But I'm gonna keep adding things. Yeah, that works. Alright, let's name you Titanium Source. Don't really have a spot yet where you're connected to, so we'll put another one over where the experimentation has been happening. I feel like this is definitely going slower than normal, but again, I think I'm doing more in the little I'm doing than I normally would, so it's going to take a little bit to get the foundation stuff done to be able to build off of. And again, once I get more comfortable in this style, instead of having to run back and forth to check it, it'll go quicker. I've been doing a lot of back and forth, trying to make sure I get it right. Alright, I definitely could have just teleported to here and then done this part. I forgot to check and see if I'll do that tonight. But once I have that full thing of... Oh, too far. That full thing of intermediate builds, I'll destroy all these other stuff here.
I need water.
And then the big thing I gotta figure out is to decide what I want to make at different areas. I don't want to have a single mega press place now. I figure out if I can find something or some things that use similar items so I don't have to send everything to it. Just the few things that I would need for over there, and then other ones to the next area, kind of sort of save. And then back to the assemblers and stuff like that. Okay, what was I... Alright, yeah, that's right. I needed to know if I went 5 wide on the actual... Okay, nope, it was 4. Oh, that's right. I built it this way for things that actually needed 2 inputs or more than I could fit onto 1. So I'm trying to make these in 480 slices, right? So technically 480 would fit in here. Let me see. So it's 4 of these. Actually at 480, that's right. I made, so all these can take 1 shot. So I can send 1 input through all of the fabs, 6 of those, and 1 input through all those fabs for 8 of those. Okay. So technically, I can shrink this. I can bring that to a 4 instead of an 8. Because I don't need 2 runs of items. It's just a single thing going in. Alright. That answers that question. Now I just need to... You should be... Oh, you're connected to a cooler, not a power. Yeah, 1. There we go. Experiments. Aha. Okay, now we'll go to titanium. Now I can go back and forth. If I need to look at something, I can just easily in and out. Alright. So... these places need zip lines. I don't need to be running back and forth everywhere. There. There. I don't want to fall off the cliff, so we're going to go to there. Take a slight dog right. So for this now, I can actually change this, and I'm going to try to see if I even need to put that there anymore, because I know a 4 wide by 2 gap is enough normally. It was the 5 was what's making this a little bit more complicated. Two, and I think just to be safe, we'll throw another one over here. Oh wait, you are 3s. Okay. Never mind. It was 1 gap and I was just taking the middle out. I wasn't actually doing it the right. Alright. 2, 2, 2. Yeah, 2. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4. Again, I'm counting the gaps, not the number of blocks I'm moving. I'm off. Have a great night, everyone. All right, have a good one, Chriso. 4. Alright, I think that's the size of this one. Now this one's a little different from the one I initially did, but that's because it's only taking one input, so I don't believe that I need that extra slot to the left or to the left. Okay. So I think we start this way. Let me give you a 3 here in case I need to put extra supports. So I have a feeling if I needed to, I could go 3. Again, that just, it messes with the amounts coming in. I want to put 480 into here for this, and for that I need 8. Now for the next one where I need 6, I could actually do a single sliver and just go 3 further back, and then that would be, so this is literally going to take all of that into here, and then I just need to put like housing, I think, down there with some outputs from here, and that'll be all the titanium products that I need for a while. Or it should be. We will see. Curious to see if I can make the furnaces work without having to drop them a block lower. That's the way I did it on the previous one, but maybe using some of the offsetting tricks I can possibly get it in. If not, I'm okay with that, having it drop down one. The top is still normal. The top still goes in there, and so the bottom is kind of concealed anyway. I still don't like open spots, so I'm still going to fill all this in. Yes. I notice a lot of people are okay with like builds of things just sitting out there by themselves, not connected with anything else. It's just I struggle with that, with accepting that. I don't know that I actually need this extra thing back here then, do I? I think that should be enough to be able to make it up to the next floor and back down. Yeah, and I'm experimenting a little bit now, doing things a little different than I did the last time, because I'm thinking this should actually work like that. Question is, so I do see a problem here. I need to move you so that you're in between the pillars, and that should give you all the support I need further up. Alright, let's fill these in here. And I think that will dictate where everything else sits. So this just means that when I go to put this up on the second level, it's going to be supported by these 4 beams, which should be enough. Like if I scroll up to here, what about here? Yeah, this one I just didn't have these up here yet. Yep, so that's enough to support it, just these 4 blocks here. Okay. I missed one there. So that made this a bit easier. That means that the next one goes here. So it's actually going to be shorter and stubbier. I don't think I even need this one now, so I can, same thing, cut it off. I still want it to have a block over to go up to the top, because we're still going to be running 2 stories. This should actually give us a nice compact. Again, I can put these up without the additional blocks. I'm just going to put them anyway because I just think it looks weird like that. I just think it looks better. Completely unnecessary, but I like it. It looks better. Okay, so now inputs start here. Here. Come back up top here. In there. Output starts there. Goes to there. Underneath, fetch off there, and then up to here for the output. And then we do the same thing here. Oh, I am always hungry and thirsty. I swear I'm always hungry and thirsty. Yeah, I like this. It is, in my mind, it is clean. It is symmetrical, which is almost as important as it being clean. Possibly more important. There. Come up here. And go there. Alright, so let's... Up here. Down there. There, here, starting from the left, up. Right, these are supposed to be reversed. There is a way, or a style where they all get fed from the same one like I did with the smelters, but in this case, because it's going up and looping around, I got to flip-flop. Now, if this goes over here, it's forward, goes over here. Oh, yep, I gotta do this now. Now, comes over here. Changes a little bit based off of the location. I want the output coming as close to the mouth as I can. Okay, so now we go to here. And it goes down there, and we're up here into... The cool part about this is the input and output are both at the bottom. So that's the input, that's the output. Okay. Definitely not where I wanted you. Alright, and then do this here first. So that's U. Okay. And this one. So each one of these is basically taking 240. Add them all together into 8. And they're taking 480. So this is basically one pure node using a V2 excavator. And I'll have these set up feeding into 2 dispatchers. So you can basically have one receiver receiving 240 a minute, Or, because it's going to be feeding into 2 dispatchers back here, or up there. Yeah. I think I actually would like the output to be back there. How hard would that be? Because I can run the lines here for the inputs, but I would probably want the dispatchers behind. Think for that. I need to change the direction of this. Oh, I still do need this one here. To catch it from above. Yeah, I think that'll work. Yeah, it makes more sense to have the output in the back, because I do have to put a the dispatchers back there, kind of like a dispatcher array sort of thing. Actually, I don't need you at all here on this one. Yep. Here, over, you go to there, comes back down. You're grabbing you, and you're available here for dispatchers. And I'm going to end up using a dispatcher array like I did over there. For both of these. So the way I did these, because you can only put 300 items a minute out of a dispatcher. It sends whatever's in its inventory once every 20 seconds. So that's 3 times a minute, so it's 300. Because you can put 100 per time. So, but you can divide it up into 2 dispatchers. So right now, I'm sending 240 and 240. So on the other side, if I receive back 2 dispatchers, they would combine into the 480, which is what I'm producing. Or I can just pick off one and take half and pick off the other. So I've labeled them Titanium Site 1, and then Array 1A, Array 1B, 2A, 2B. So you can basically, if you're trying to take a 480, you would take both the A and B of the first one, or the second one. Or if you only want 240, you can take one of these. So it gives multiple options on how to get straight up bars sent. But I'm going to send some of them over here to craft some things. 480 and 480. So I'm going to basically be taking, I think, all of this. But that's going to basically be sending out almost 1,000 of each of beams, rods, sheets, and housing a minute. A lot. So that's kind of the design I'm going to be using on a lot of these. Anything over what I'm producing, I will just send out as bars to be picked up at other places if I need to. I do need to also set up straight up ore to be turned into the different Terra Steel, Titan Ferrite Steel, and the Wolfram Steel, which are new items that take the Geothite. Alright, so I need to... I fixed... Which one did I fix? I fixed you. Okay, so I need to do it here as well. Of course, I'm standing exactly where I need to put that. Okay, you needed to turn around, and you can just go away. And now you go this way, move down to there, connect to you, and connect to you. So now I have both outputs here. 240 of bars worth here and 240 bars worth here, the actual number of outputs. So these are sheets. So, actually, geez. It's over 300 on each. I need a separate output for each of these levels. Alright, well, that just changed some things too. There is no longer this. I forgot I'm making more than I was thinking. It's all new. I've never made anything kind of this large styled before. These version 2 fabricators are just crazy. Alright, so each of these floors needs to have its own output now. Because if I come over here to these, one crafter is putting out 180, so 2 crafters is 360. Using 120, and I've got 480. So basically the whole 480, so each 2 on the bottom, you know, the 2 sets of 2 on the bottom, 2 sets of 2 on the top, each taking 120 for a 480, but each of those is also putting out 360, which is, doesn't max out the rail, but if I added one more, it would. So that's why I have one input coming in, feeding everything, which is 480, but the outputs now I'm going to have to separate. So we'll have 4 outputs, and I can actually feed each one of these outputs into their own dispatcher. And we would be sending out 360 per. I could... The thing, at this point, I'm not concerned about actually making exactly 480. I don't think that's as big of a deal as it sounds. So I think I'm fine with just 4 dispatchers sending out 360 per. And at that point, I even think that I'm going to be in excess, because I think most places aren't even going to need 360 worth for the different sites using those. So now, I can make that 4. Let's go look at that again. And you, hold on. Okay, I need to look at you again. So yeah, you're 1080 as well. So out of 18, so each of these is 6 in a slice, 360. Okay, which means, actually, the way I want the, but I do need to change it so it's on the outputs up there. So that this is 18, but it's also getting 480 in, and it's going to put out 360 6 times for the beams. $480, and then the rods only need 6. So I'm thinking I'm going to go 3 long, 2 high for that one, and that'll also be getting 480, putting out 720. So top and bottom each will be fine there. Okay. This one's ready to go. This one I just need to... The top is correct. Was it 6? Oh yeah, the top is not correct. I want it to go the other way around. Okay. Don't need you anymore. Again, this is just to make it so that I want the output to be in the back, not the front. So that's the whole purpose of this. Oh, I never even finished running all these? Oh, I did. That's right. I just gotta connect it the right direction. And I gotta do it on the bottom too. Okay. So what I want is for it to come from up top. Taking all 3 of those. And now it's going to come down here instead of before where it was ending here. and that just, it gives me the output right there instead of in the front. And that'll make it easier for me to set up another array of dispatchers. Now, I'm probably going to tear down most of those because the entirety of all that is coming over here, so I technically don't need dispatchers to get it from here to here. That's a little overkill. So, but it's proof of concept of the type. Now, the outputs of these will get that array, which is an off-stacking 2-story of the dispatchers that should about fit that distance. Okay, I already cut all those. So it means you go to here, go to there. But yeah, this is nice and compact, and I like the way it's actually working. I took some inspiration from Genji and the way he does his, but I definitely, there are parts of what he does that I just, I can't do. And that's just because things have to look a certain way for me, and I'm just not okay with, not that he's, what he does is wrong, it's just my own, I know myself. And I know that I would do it, and then it would drive me nuts, and eventually I would just have to undo it. So it's better for me to just do it right from the start, or my right, I should say. Again, there's no right and wrong, but the way that I know that I need to do it for my own sanity. Okay, you guys rewired. Okay, good. Outputs are there. This one, outputs are there. And then, yeah, this one's going to be the rods, which is going to be also the version 2 fabricators, but we're going to go a distance, so it's going to be 3 long instead of 2 long. And only 1 wide. I'm afraid I'm going to fall off this cliff. Cool thing is I can send all of that on one single 3 wide rail and just for each one drop it off, because it only needs to drop off. Yeah, well, I'll probably have to drop it off in a single line that breaks off for each one of those, but again, it'll be fairly painless. Okay, 1, 2, 3 is what we did before. Let's go a little further back. Okay, and then it's 4. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4. And again, I'm counting the gap between, not the actual number of blocks away. And for these, we go 2. It's going to be interesting because, like I said, it's just one single sliver of these. And each one of these, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3, 4, 5, 6. That should be the length I need. It'll be a little bit different of an output as far as the fabricator or the dispatchers go. Okay, let's go ahead and get these. It's always easier to do the pillars first before you fill everything in, because it's easier to see where they go. Not that it's too hard to figure out every 2 blocks, but or every 3 blocks. After we get this set up, then I think we'll probably, I gotta decide if I want to send a dispatcher over to where I'm going to build the housings. Okay, and then, yeah, so one out front. I like to fill things in again. It just I don't like holes and gaps of holes and things looking like they're floating. Okay, so we place one. Wait for the autosave. One, and then a gap of two. One, gap of two. One. Okay, and then technically, okay, so I went a little bit further than I needed to, but I always tend to try to go too far as opposed to too short. Just take off this edge. I just needed one behind. Alright, and this time I'm going to actually run everything. Just typically how I normally do it. I always run all the bottom floor stuff before I do the top floor. Because it makes it easier when I don't have something above my head. Okay. And then you're also coming from this way, off the top down. That's the output. Alright, let's run the actual rails. Yeah, like I said, once I start doing this a bit more, this is going to start happening a lot faster. It's just the first time figuring things out and finding out what I like and I don't like. I wish I could make that look a little more 90. I could put another cross over there, but alright, it's going to be coming from the bottom. That feeds into here. That feeds into here. And that feeds into there. Alright, now I can put the top in. And again, you can do this without putting in the carpet. I just... Again, there are things I do that I wish I didn't have to do. But I know myself. Okay, there we go. Skip 2. And skip 2. The cool part is you can actually do this between the the pillars without even having anything. Just the pillars, put a block on top and it would float too. It's crazy. Alright. You come up here and you go to there to take off of. There to take off of. There to take off of. Which direction did I do you? Okay, I did do right. Okay, gotcha. Yep. So you're going to go all the way over to there. Perfect. You are going to come up here. And you'll feed into there. There. And there. Okay. Both of these are coming from this side. So you're going to here. Corner, and drop you back down. Or do we? No, each floor is going to be its own thing, so technically, okay. My bad. I don't need you for either of these. Again, new style, very different from my typical way. Okay, did I have you going this way though, right? You gotta go in the correct direction. Okay, good. And you end up over there. Yeah. I can do one single input in, but I have to actually do the outputs differently because of how much I'm actually producing compared to the amount of bars that I'm using. Okay. There we go. So output to here, to there, into there. And we will be feeding 2 dispatchers, 1 from each height. Each will be getting like 320. Comes up here. There. And into there. Cool. 480 inputs into here, fills them all up. They each put up 360 rods coming out for a total of 720 out the back. Okay, now I need to figure out exactly how many go to dispatchers, because I also am planning on making 12 furnaces of titanium housing to produce 360 of those. And I think I'm going to put those into 2 different fabricators, or 2 dispatchers as well. So 1,800, 180 for each of them. That leaves me with 720 of each of these. So each array needs 2 dispatchers. All right, let's. I don't know why I built on a cliff. It's like I'm intentionally trying to dare myself to fall off and die. Okay. So each one of these is what we're going to be building now. One on the bottom, offset, one on the top. So this is for like the 2 feeders in. But it's 4 gap on the bottom, normal 2 gap, and then off to the right where the second one goes, you have to put 2 layers because it's got to sit on them. And then it's offset back, but offset by this by 2. Okay, 4, 2. Easy. So first one will go back here behind these, and again, I just need 2 for each of these, because the rest of the stuff is going over to feed the titanium housing. Okay. Want to make sure I don't bury this into the dirt as much as I can, so that would... How far down can I go here? Okay. That's the lowest I can go.
I'm detecting increased rupture
I need to
activity.
go back and look at it again anyway.
Prepare for a wave.
Trying to remember how far back it goes. I want it level, or at least the bottom floor level. Oh, it's only 2. I should be able to fit that in that height there. But we're doing this. Come over here. Alright, let's pull this back up. Okay, so I'm making 1,000 using 360. So if I was going to be... So I still need 3 dispatchers for the beams. So that's 1 slice. So I need 2 slices feed in. Okay. Top and bottom. And then for you, half. So 1 slice of the sheets goes to the titanium housing and the other half goes into 2 dispatchers. Okay. I'm going to have to adjust this because this was built on a complete different play style. So now I need to kind of figure out a way to differentiate the number of dispatchers and things, because that's the way I would previously do it is each one of these was its own separate site. And I would just kind of make these, and it was based off of what I was trying to build in these areas here. Yeah, this is definitely
Prepare for impact. Star rupture has
changing the way
started.
I go about this game, both in the planning stage and the execution stage.
Extreme temperature detected.
But I mean, the current build thing that I was trying to do, I'm still going to have this much left over, and that was building. Oh yeah, that was me trying to get down to accumulators and stuff. Yeah, we're not. Get rid of all these. Oop. Yeah, it's gonna be a bit of a growing pain for me. I gotta figure out how I want to build my stuff now, because I don't want to build a separate site for each item, but I'm thinking that I probably do need to focus more on smaller amounts of items at different sites, basically. This will be interesting, but I'm giving myself a little bit of time by making all the feeder bases first, and I might end up having to go do a couple more of these off in different areas. I want to at least get first off
Planetary temperature within acceptable parameters.
I want to at least first off get a decent chunk of all the individual items made by a specific type of ore. But I'm still sending quite a bit of bars that can be used somewhere else. So it's like I'm not doing the full output of these yet. I'm like half of what these are producing is getting moved forward. Half is being used for the housing. And then this isn't even the biggest set. I've got a couple that have 960 normally, and with version 2 rails, or I mean excavators, it's like almost 2,000, which is crazy. All right, so this is as far down or far up as I can go here. It's such a steep slope. I'm just trying to figure out. Alright, so if I did... Not you. It's... Now, technically, I'm building the... Or I'm putting the dispatcher on this left side here, which the ground level we find. The second one goes above. But I think that I'm still going to, let's see. Okay, so that goes there. And there's no interconnection between these. These are all individually. Again, it's going to take basically small portion of these. Do I go? If I want to, I'm trying to not make it look like it's floating. Let's see. Because the other one's going to be centered on this. That's not what I want to do. Alright, let's go up to here. At the minimum. Okay. This way I can only go out that far on these, because otherwise it's in the way. Oh, I did. Forgot a whole nother section here. Okay, so you are in the correct spot. I can bring you over to here now. was wondering why it wasn't liking that part of it. Okay, and I think, yep, to there. Okay, so the second one, and again, I'm filling in spots. I don't need to fill in, I like the way it looks. Okay, so you get offset by 2, and then we're there. So technically I can just, yeah, I didn't need this whole extra section. It's still supported, has a, yeah, I like that. That works. And that'll send 360 or 300 and 300. If I were to take a single 480 and split it into those, each one of them would send half of it. Because again, it sends a full whatever's in its inventory every 20 seconds. So if you're running 480 into it, you can only send 300. Which if you split it, then it'll send the whole thing. Okay, and I got to do the same here. I think it's the exact same, right? So beams and sheets, and those are rods. So I think everything is 720. Yep, after making 12 of the furnaces for the titanium housing, I'm left with 720 of each. Yep, so they each get the same array here, which now is easier to repeat. So it's going to be 2 of gap of 4. Alright, are you... Yep, okay, we're good. So 1, 2, 2, 3, 4. And then gap of 2. Okay. And then we throw our pillars in. And the thing is, technically, you don't have to separate them. If you have enough stuff, you can put these right next to each other. And you wouldn't have to do 2 of it. You would just have to put the one there, and the other one would be here. So it'd have all the exact same supports and everything. It's one of the reasons all of these things are tileable. The way I kind of work them out, depending on how much you need, it's easy to expand upon. Okay, there. There we go. That's right. I can't have that there before I place it. How much can I not have there? Okay, this entire thing. Okay, I need to place that before I put these there. You can place them after the fact, but if you try to place it before, it will give you issues. There we go. Okay, and then the second one goes there. Now we've got 2. And then back here, the exact same thing, because none of these are feeding the titanium housing, so it's just going to be 1 more of these. 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 3, 4. There we go. 2, 2. Yeah. The more of these I do, the faster and easier this is going to be. It's going to start happening really quick because it's not very complicated. That's the best part. And I watched the Genji videos, and I saw he likes to do 3 tiers, and there's a whole lot of placing, deleting, moving, adjusting, placing, and stuff. So I get how to do it. It just seems very time-consuming and, in my mind, unnecessary. I think that I can do enough with a 2 high to satisfy what I'm doing space-wise, and then still put the same exact outputs on dispatchers that he's doing. It just takes a little bit more space here. And again, like I said, I'm perfectly fine with the amount of space that I need to use for this. For those, though, that like to do that kind of thing, I 100% suggest watching his videos. Super smart guy. Again, he really understands the mechanics of the game. And some of what I'm doing, I definitely, kind of pinged off of what he was doing. So there we go. Got all those, which I'm probably, again, all this is going to get used here, so I'm just going to delete that array there. I'm going to run the 3 sets of outputs, 480 each, on a triple rail over to here. Break the first one off for here, second one off for here, third one for there. Outputs will be feeding into here, with the exception of the items that are going to go up and over here to a titanium housing I want to build somewhere. And it might be maybe down here. I have this huge open area right here. And this might be where I do my first thing, where I combine the calcium and all the other things. So I was hoping I could find a way to fit the titanium housing up here. I am using standard furnaces, which means it should be very similar to the regular, because it's a 3 wide. Hold on. Furnace 1. Yes, 3 wide, 4 long. Oh, same as the smelter. Versus the fabricators here, which are 3 by 3. So what I'm thinking, I need 12, and right now I've got 18 here. Right? 6 on each of these. All I would need to do would be to extend it a few more blocks, and I could make all my housing on 2 of these. So I might actually still try that. Let's see if we can't do that over here. If I can make everything up here connected to dispatchers, then that opens up the possibility of me using this whole area down here to do some combination stuff. Play with me, huh?
No more distractions.
Raptura status.
And that's kind of where I'm going for now.
Arcadia status.
It's similar to kind of what I've done in the past, only instead I did these on smelters on a bottom layer feeding up into a top layer. The top layer got fairly large, and the more stuff I have, and that was with just a tier 1 ore extractor. With the tier 2 and that amount of stuff coming out, if I don't build like this, there's no way I'm going to have space enough for it. So this kind of by the new direction I'm going, and the same with the way I build for my large areas. I'm not going to be able to do the way I have been before. At least I don't think so, unless I have to do a lot more separating. I think smaller islands or something that I could run directly from a dispatcher that would feed in a group of things instead of just one line of things that feed everything. I think that won't work, but I could do something possibly still with the 2-story. Again, has to have minimal things coming through. I will say I like how this looks, though. This still looks clean and neat as far as the type of builds I have. Very compact, and a lot of stuff being produced. I got still 2 floors. That's 18 fabricators right there. That's a little bonkers. And previously I was only using the top floor, and then the bottom I was running power and cables and stuff through. But by putting them inline this way, it's easier for me to feed them in a circuit. So I like that. Alright, let's see what we can do about these furnaces. Outputs are all coming here, so I think this time I want to flip it around this direction. Let's see. I gotta... Gonna be one. So if I started here... 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's all I need for that is that thing. So I gotta find out what's the lowest point. Okay. And then how far this way can I go? I think that is about the limit for the entrance coming in. It's still a floor. Okay, I can handle that. Alright, and then... Okay, that's right, it was a... Let's see. Let's play some games here. One. Make sure it's the same height locked in. Yep. 1, 2. Keep it 3 gap by a 2 gap. I think that's still a smarter way to do this. Don't know how far I need to go. And I think I could probably go a bit higher because I'm not going... Yeah, I could definitely go higher if I need to get more space. Again, if I need to come back up here a little higher. Alright, now... Okay. If I put you here... The question is that enough to hold one up here? Or do I need to move them another block over for this to actually work? Okay, yep, I do. Alright. So we're gonna do... Which I don't even need to do that. Again, this has got to be one of my favorite things that changed in this update. So that's the height I have it right now. I want to go up one more. And now it just replaces them when you do them. And if there's something above it... Oh, okay. That's going to make me delete these. Oh, if it's lower. If I were going lower, it would actually remove the other block. But this is actually going up one higher. So what I'm going to want to do is each one of these is going to have to go directly between 4 or the 3 by 2. So it's going to be supported on each of its corners by a block. Which means that this will kind of come out here. Okay. Make absolutely positive. Do this here. So we'll put the first one down below, and the second one should be able to go above it as long as I've got these blocks. Okay. Again, we're just trying to cram this in as small of a window as we can. Okay, that one goes there. And that one goes there. And I'm going to have to skip the 2 to go back to here, so there'll be 2 block gap between. I lined that up properly, right? Yep. Cool. And then I don't need this row. Yep, that'll do. Now I just got to figure out which direction I want it to go. I have 360 beams coming in and 720 sheets coming in. So the sheets... That's for 12. So for 6... 180 and 360. Yeah. 440? No, 5. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Nope. So I need them on separate lines anyway. But the sheets... $360, yeah. So each sliver needs 360 sheets. Okay, now that gets interesting. Because I have to run 2 separate lines of inputs. But I do have... Okay, let's... Brand new... Okay, let me get this top one out of the way so I can actually see what I'm doing. Oh no, I need to keep the bottom one there because I need to do this as if the this is still here. So let's put you here, and I also need, I think, I need the rest of the floor in so I can actually really feel where I can run. Well, at least the floor here. Okay. Is that enough of a gap? So, yes, yep. So far, what do we got here? So I've got 2 pure nodes, 2 normal nodes, and 2 poor nodes, all with tier 2 extractors. So I'm putting out 960 or no, 4 perfect, or 4 of them. Anyway, a lot of them coming over here. So I've got 18 tight fabricators making beams, 8 tier 2 fabricators making sheets, 6 tier 2 fabricators making rods, and now I'm trying to figure out how to set the furnaces up to take the inputs, like half of the inputs from here, and then the other half I'm putting in dispatchers. I got them kind of with the 2 high alternate, so they can either combine them for 480 or take each for 300 or 240. Thing with the housing is I need to fit 2 items along, so I'm trying to figure out if there's a way to It does. I like the way this looks a lot. I think I might have to put a second gap in between. For me to be able to run 2, because I'm trying to think of ways where I could. So if like I had it coming in, there's like a 2 gap here, and I had, say, beams on one side, sheets on the other. It's still not enough for me to kind of drop down, because I've got a very narrow, and I don't even know technically, if I run a double, can I do the inside? Is it gonna clip? It does. Okay, so I'm technically only able to even run a single shot. So now the problem is a 4x2 enough? And not enough for the bottom. I'm more concerned about the top floor. Yeah. These ones, because it depends on what it is too. That's kind of what the problem is some of these have... If I were to go up higher, I probably could. Like, I figured that out. Like, with the tier 2 furnaces, I have to go high. So you kind of see how it sticks out a little bit here. So if I went up top, I would be able to fit it through. But I still got to figure out how to get it 2 items down in a small little gap. And I think it's too tight of a window for me to do that. So the question is... I need to have 2 blocks for it, you know, for it to kind of run through. Is there a way to make this still work on the second floor? Because I am still going the 4x2, which is what I've been using for all my other stuff. If I know I can do the bottom floor. It's just if the top floor works, then we're good. It's a 1 wider than I thought it would originally be, but it's still it's workable. So currently, furnace 1 would be down here, and it would need to be the same because I'm trying to run the stuff from over there. Oh, actually, no. Let's move it over 1. Trying to get it close to using both of these pillars. Okay. Aha, I can. Okay. I just need the extra gap there, but what that allows me to do now is I can run 2 separate cross beams. I keep hitting the same button. Alright, let me get rid of all of you, because right now you're still too tight. I need to go higher. Have more room. And I only got to do one basically like row of this. I don't have to do a second row because oh no, I do, because I'm making 12 and I can fit 6 per, 3 on the bottom, 3 on the top, 2 side by side. And yes, I do agree, it looks a lot better. Oh,
Lunch is over. Let's get back to work.
a lot of this though is because the way I was doing it before, I'm getting double the ore now. Like, there's no way I could build efficiently using 1,000. Like, remember, I had the ones that had 960, so you're talking about almost 2,000 ore coming out. The way I was building, there's no way I could fit that in any way, shape, or form without doing like this. Because even like the smelters, I'm doing that as well over here. And I could go, but I mean, right now each one of those is 4 next to each other's 4, so combined together that's 480 on a single input from 2 piers or 4 normals, but it's there, and then it feeds out into the 2 dispatchers half and half. They're labeled A and B of the same type, so out somewhere if I need 480, I can place down 2 receivers and then combine them. If I can get 480, I'm getting 480. So it's still using the same amount of smelters. So it doesn't make a difference, you know, whether it's 2 pures or 4 normals. It's still the same number of smelters, the same number of dispatchers. So if I can get to 480, I'm okay with that. Is at least where I'm at right now. Yes. Yeah, there's some really good spots. I think I'm going to try to do this in sections of how much I need stuff. Okay, this is okay. Yeah. If I start here, 2, 3, 4 gap. 4 gap. Okay, I need to go a little bit lower. Is that going to run into problems? There it is. Yeah, I'm not trying to get everything from one spot, so it's kind of I want to build for what I need, not what I can. If that makes any sense. So if I need more, I'm going to go find the next spot and I'll do this again, and then I'll make another big group to send off. But that's my current plan. 1, 2, 3, 4. Just from up above, it didn't look. It looked different. Oh wait, 2, 1, 2. For a sec, I thought it wasn't going to actually connect. I don't know if I need this last one, but we'll do it just in case. Again, I'm doing 3 long, so this could possibly need it all. Yeah. I love the keep on the iterating. I keep trying to change my thought. Okay, let's try this now. Let's try this now. And I watched some the Genji videos again last night after I got off the stream because he had a new episode out, and he did a little more explaining on how he does his 3 high stuff. And I get it now. It makes sense. I don't like how it looks specifically in the way I do, kind of the way I do things. So I like this. I think this looks better, 2 high, and it's not as complicated. I don't have to sit there and spend 5 minutes on each leg of it, adding stuff, deleting stuff, adding stuff, deleting stuff. I build it the way, the way it's going to finish, and it stays that way. Yeah. That's why I just deleted everything. Instead of trying to go back and adjust bases, I just wiped everything. That way I can start over. And like this is still my first base. Like I haven't even, this is like the first fully tapped ore source even. I've really taken my time on this one. But I don't want to have to fix this again for a little bit. Okay, I think do the same thing over here. The other thing too is, I don't know, I keep seeing people leaving like these, like just major gaps of stuff, and it just, I know it's not necessary, but it just, I don't know, it's just something about it. Touring the map now. Yeah. I want to at least get something going. Like I said, I don't even have a base right now, so it's getting like something up here. If I can kind of like that original first thing. I think I need to go this way. We're gonna take the stuff from over here. So technically, I think over here would be where to start. Let me get further over this way. Yeah, I'm having fun with this style here. I'm what is it? Passively optimistic again. It's usually how I start all these worlds. Okay. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. Okay. And then technically I don't need this group here, which is good now because it actually is a much more level area here. Don't forget to stand in the way somewhere. I do it all the time. Yes. Always in the way. Absolutely. Okay, so now let's fill in the extra spaces between these. Okay. So this right here, after doing the second story, will be 12 furnaces creating titanium housing. And I'm still only using like half of my available beams and sheets. Alrighty. So all the stuff's gonna come in here. And technically I only need 1 output. I'm not even making, I'm only making 6. That's still more than a single dispatcher, so I'm still gonna divide it up. So we'll probably put half on each end. So let's do this first. Oh yeah. So normally I've been putting the stuff on the left, but now I'll have to do it differently. So we're gonna do 1. Heck. You there. You there. You there. And then the normal height here. To bring it up to. Okay, so let's get rid of this level here too. double rail in corner sections. There should be more rail. Yeah, no, I agree. And they need to be able to have a thing where you can tell it to snap to 90-degree angles, as opposed to having to manually do it. I know it took whatchamacallit, Satisfactory a while to do that too. That didn't happen right at the beginning. Okay, so we'll do the same thing here. Go. You. Oh, no, you're there. And then over here, I can just basically run a normal. I wish I could put the shorter one on the inside. I don't have a choice. But I could. Hold on. No one said that this has to be the one closer. That should make this a little bit easier. Can I make that turn? If I'm going... You can go anywhere you want, so let's see if we can't make this at least. Okay. Because I'm pretty sure I couldn't do it like this. I don't think there's anywhere it would... yeah, it's going to go through there. Okay. So... we'll have to go out one more block here. Just to be able to make the connection here. Okay, there we go, like that. And then, well, actually, no, we proved that we can do it from here, so I guess I can just keep going this way. Once we get up to the top, we have a bit more freedom. Okay. So let's get the inputs real fast. Make sure this all works. And that worked there. Cool. Moving forward, I'll do this all before I put the top on. I just needed to make sure everything fit. Okay, same thing. And like the other ones, I want to make sure that the output is on the back side, not the clips. Which means when we get to the inputs, we're going to be a little bit different on how we do them. Okay. Yeah, the way the inputs are fine, the outputs the outputs are going to have to be, okay, we're good there. Alright, so I'm going to need to... Yeah, this will definitely be something we need to do from there. And this will be just like the other one here. It's got to be super tall. And that goes into there. And we rush it all the way, not rush it, but we send it to this side so that it can go up to the top floor from there. Actually, Actually, no, we want it this way, so it's going to start up there, coming this way. Yeah, we want the... Almost did it wrong. We want the output to be going this way. Yeah. And then that's the final out. There. Up to there. Alright, and there. And do the same thing on the other side. Again, that's compared to before. 12 furnaces in a small little... You live and learn. I said, each time I do this, it's something, some different twist, some different variation. Taking all the things that I learned from the previous versions, add them into the new one, and eventually we'll get something that sticks. Okay. And same thing up here. And this is just what? 2 gaps between. There we go. And then the same thing, 2 gaps between. Something seems wrong. Oh, I just need to go out further on here. Okay. Make me do that first. Oh, you're just not liking that at all. Okay, I think it still works just fine. Okay, the output's gonna come here. But now, I'm still gonna do it like this. But now I can put the tall one in the back. Do need you. Okay, why are you behaving weirdly? It's that one block weirdness again. And that's the block I need. I guess I can... I think that'll fix it. Much as I don't like it, it doesn't interfere with anything. There we go. Because I need that one to be the one that's on the far end so that the smaller one has an easier time. You're supposed to be here, which is why I messed you up. Need something off the back here too. Can you give me the same issues? Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to because I'm still... Oh, you're talking about on the back side? Yeah. I think you need to kind of... This is still my initial... Okay. I need you guys to come out one further. hold off on that one. Oh, you're the input coming here, so yeah, probably should have you guys there. This is my first time playing with the furnace on this array, so it's definitely a work in progress here. Right, I'm going to do the same thing. Just to make that overhang work. We'll come over here to match this one. Still good. It hasn't changed anything. I just had to add an extra pillar on the backside to make it work correctly. Right, it's coming from there, so it needs to. Let's go there. I'm always listening. Yeah, no, I'm taking parts of it, yeah. But yep. So I'm taking that thing with all of its into those smelter arrays, into those dispatchers, and then over here I'm basically taking 480 into each of these to put out a bunch of stuff. It depends on what it is. I'm basically fitting them into depending on how much I have. So this is, I had to make, for me to have everything putting out a 720, I had to make 6 version 2 fabs of rods, 18 of beams, and 8 of sheets. So each one of these is just a little, so like the 6 I just put in a single shot, went 3 long. For the 8 I put into double 4s, and then I was able to fit 9 on each of these, which I think I originally had done it like 6, so just adding 1 extra. Yeah, so I definitely am liking how this looks, and I've got just a straight run of modular 2 on the bottom, 2 on the top smelters feeding into basically it's 480 worth of smelters feeding into 2 dispatchers, like Genji was saying. I'm just naming them A and B for each one of those, so I can choose to just take 240 from one place and 240 another, or put down the 2 receivers and combine them to get the 480. So it kind of gives it some options. And then out of all this stuff, this is building that I got 12 titanium furnaces that I'm putting together here. It's going to take parts of the outputs from here, and then the rest of it's going into the dispatchers, which I'll have available to pick up in other places. And I'm thinking once I get the wolfram, calcium, geothite, all the different things, and have them all sitting on dispatchers, I'll make this my first big factory where I start combining everything. First off, I just had to figure out how to make all these, because I hadn't actually done the furnaces yet like this, and because the housing requires 2 inputs, I had to leave a blank spot here on the side, because I had to go high, because if you go down here in the middle, it hits that. Plus trying to break things off and then put them back up in a single spot, it was too much. So by adding 2, it made it so much easier. Now I'm just tweaking how I'm making this work. So inputs coming here on the bottom, and then I'm flipping it back and coming up across the top. But I want the bottoms the opposite, so I can have the dispatchers behind here. So just adding the extra things on the ends for the connections. I had to play with that. Remember, I don't know if you were seeing on that one. I had to adjust the height down 1 at the base, so it basically fits a 2 + 1 height. 2 pillar, no. Drop it down 1 single layer, and yes, then it will. So I'm assuming there's probably ways that you could kind of do the little... Like I said, I watched the video and everything. That's more work than I want to put in for something like this to sit there, because I can only imagine how long his things took him. When I can do something like this too high, throw it together in half the time, and it still functions, and it still sends out the exact same amounts. So I did pick up a few ideas on stuff and understanding a little bit more about the structure. But as far as copying exactly what he did, that's... Again, it's a little more than I want to do. Not that I'm lazy. It just, yeah. And I like the way this is looking at, because I've always liked the little island kind of design thing, and I do like how this looks. Okay. I'm still trying to make sure this all works here, so... It's the part of getting it up to the top and then re-putting it in. So I can connect you straight to there. And I think that then I would want to put you, because I have the extra height, which is interesting. Normally for the too high, it only fits if it's directly above each other. But because of that extra height, this actually works well. Because I guess it didn't matter. I don't have the output here. Okay, you go there. And there. And I don't need you at all because I'm not dropping the outputs out. So I can close you up. Same with you. Oh, wait. No, I do need you because... If I were to flip these around, it would be a whole lot easier. Yeah, let's just do that.
Ruptura activity detected.
Man.
I recommend finding a safe place.
Yeah, if I do that, then it makes it easier to go up and just flip it around, I think. And then I'm going to be running all the stuff for these. The dispatchers I leave for stuff that has to go a distance, but I'll just run a 3-wide rail. Because each of them is getting 480 into each one of these arrays, so a 3-wide would be perfect. And then I'm actually using my 2-story array thing for the, and it's perfect because half of each one of these 480 is on the bottom, half is on the top. So each one feeds one of those. One up the top goes from the top and the bottom from the bottom. And it gives me exactly the same as what he was talking about for those. If I want a 480, I just take the 2 outputs and combine them into one rail. Or I can, because I have them labeled A and B. So each one is like whatever the site is and the row, and then A and B. A being the bottom, B on the top. So I can easily grab both halves of one, or just take one half and then the other half comes from another place. So it's kind of like I was saying, it's like I don't want to do exactly what he does. I mean, it's kind of cool now, but there were pieces that I pulled off that I'm like, I could see how I could use that and combine it. Because if I were to build as much stuff as I'm building the way I was doing before in my feeder bases, that would be, it would take up so much space. But doing these 2-story now, which I don't know, I guess I fought against for a while because it's not the way I wanted so bad for my idea to work. Pride, right? So I finally realized that, you know, it does work better the other way. So kind of moving ahead, I'm adjusting the way I'm making even my feeder bases and whatnot, and I think it does. So that's the important part. I think that was what I was more concerned with, is that it wasn't going to look the way I like it to look, and it does. So I'm good. That's right, I don't have anything at this place, do I? But I did unlock Base Core Amplifier 2. That level 4 upgrade fight was the most anticlimactic thing ever. I barely got to even do anything. The turrets just destroyed them. But I tore it down anyway, because I wanted the ignition back. It's a lot of ignition tied into that. Actually, I don't think I could have gotten the base cooler version 2 if I didn't have that back, because I think it was like 100 and some. It was a lot. Oh, it doesn't tell you anymore. I hate that. Can't go back and see what something cost you. But if I wanted to, I could actually extend these 2 further, and I could make each slice a full 480. But here I didn't have that much stuff. When I go to like the places that was putting out 960 ore on version 1 excavators, and I'm put on a version 2, I'm probably going to need the heck. Okay, there we go. Oh, I'm hitting the wrong buttons. Jeez. Okay. Oh my god. Yeah, so when I do that, I'll probably have to extend these out like that and do them in simple slivers. But for now, it lines up pretty well. There's a little bit of a gap in between, but I don't know. Like modular wise, I think it actually fits really well. Yep, nice, nice, very nice. Yeah, this actually lines up so on these slices, it fits pretty well. You know, again, bottom ones feed into the bottom, top ones feed into the top. So 240, 240. And then that basically, combine them at the other end, is going to give you your 480. And then each of these, again, they're all different depending on the size of the building. So it's going to be interesting as how long it's going to take me to start, you know, getting real comfortable with how to build each one of these without having to keep looking back at it. But again, 18 fabricators in that small block, and it wasn't even hard to run the cables. Like everything just. This is such a departure from what I was doing, but there's no way I could have put all of these machines in a single factory the way I did it before in my starter factory. It would have been so ridiculously big. So I do like this. Let's get back over here to the furnaces. So once I get those, I can actually start to connect all the lines, power it, and then this thing will be running, and I'll have all the stuff sitting on dispatchers. And once I get it down too, I'm actually going to do the bottom before I put the top on. That makes things a lot easier to identify where they go. Okay. I was about to change them so they were facing the opposite direction. Same with these ones here. Yeah, I'm happy with this new style. I'm very happy with this. I'm curious to see, because this is for feeders, but I still got to do something along this line for some of the other stuff that I do down the line, because the rails on the first floor, everything on the top floor, unless I build small modular. So if I set it up so there's only certain things going into a line, then I could run it underneath that way. But as a bit more planning and figuring out that I'm going to have to do. Okay. That did work before, so it still should. Let's do that half of this. So both of you have it coming up. Not yet. Oh, I haven't done the... Okay, I gotta put these lines in yet. Okay. You're already connected inside. I just didn't run you to this point. The heck? Why you... Okay. I have no idea why you acted like you weren't going to do it at first. I didn't connect you either. Okay. You guys come over here. Up. Bring me up. Over there. You work there. Oh. I don't know why it acted like it didn't want to do it there. I was having me all kinds of confused. I'm like, you definitely worked like that before. There. And then these end up here. So I don't have to go any further with the inputs. And I set it up so that the outputs end up on the bottom in the back. Make it easy for me to send it off to the next, or send it to a dispatcher. I think I already had the inputs on the bottom. I just need to verify. Oh, I'm here. Oh, man. The range limitations on this drone sometimes. Okay, yep. Oh, that's right. They got to go tall here because it's the only way. I can't go normal because it's too fat. Okay, so you guys are all out. And I still need to do the out here. I still gotta keep if I want to keep it. It's so weird. They're just what's the Queen song? Fat Bottom Girls. That's what I feel like right now. Okay, so we're well, that's gonna end up over there. So you start here. In. Here. In. Yep. Okay. Continuation. Into there. Do the same thing on this side, and then we connect it to the bottom that's already there. And that'll send it all the way out to the back. Okay. And that's basically wired up. Now I just gotta bring the things over to here. So the dispatchers over there I'm just going to rip them down because I don't need them because I'm sending the entirety of all those ingots over here because it was basically 3 runs of 480 and that's what these are for. So all of it's going to be used up here, so I don't need those dispatchers. But I did set them up as a way to make sure that they actually line up, that they're not going to start getting wider. That's what I hated about the old way of mine where I was trying to run the fabricators for the beams because it needed so many beams for each input of beams, so it'd end up like going further and further into where my other lines were supposed to go. So doing it this way now, I don't have to worry about it. The dispatchers fit in just like. Hey, Victoria, hey, appreciate the raid. Thanks for the, how was your night? Are you still playing Star Rupture? It's the other way around this time. I'm playing with the whole new, I a new site. I wiped my world. Still, oh yeah. So check this out. So this is my first build in this entire area. I kind of wiped everything. But I came back here. This is in the radiation zone. But this spot down here, there's like 1,500. I do have a horrible beard. It's my year-long beard. I retired from the Navy about a year ago, so as soon as I did, I
The
immediately
Raptura
started
is in
growing
its
this thing.
stable stage. The
Alright,
climate
so-
of Arcadia is returning to normal.
Taking all the stuff here. I got the version 2 excavators. How's it going, man? And so I'm feeding these in. So this is basically, each one of these is 480 coming through. So I've got basically slices of 4. So 240, 240, 240, 240. So it's 960 total coming out of here. I did have it set up with dispatchers because I found a way to double stack dispatchers. But I'm going to run all these down to here, where I'm basically turning all this into beams, rods, sheets, and 12 furnaces of housing. How's that for a very first build? And I'm doing these as like a double height thing. I've kind of went away from what I was doing previously. So inputs are coming through here. So I basically, this is 18 fabricators crafting beams right here. So they come in the one side feeding into the inputs, and then they come up here, and then they continue feeding along here, and then the outputs go the opposite direction, and they come down, so they're out here waiting to get picked up. And this is a way that you can double stack your dispatchers. So it's too big to put them exactly above each other, but you can put them off to the side, off 2, back 2, and then you can stack them, and they actually fit really well with these little wedges. These are 8 version 2 fabricators for sheets. Same thing, 480s coming into these. Similar thing. I got stuff coming in from the bottom, goes all the way through, comes back up to the top, and then the outputs go from there. That was weird. Down through and then back out to the dispatchers. And then I think over here is I got my 6 version 2 fabricators for rods. And that's just 2 stacks and a big nice long. If I was doing 8, I would have done the 4x4, but I'm just trying to kind of work with each of these, again, fabricators. And then this is what I just built just now, and this is 12 furnaces that are each producing titanium housing coming off of these. And even after all that, they each are putting out another 720 of each of their items kind of going out. I do all my stuff on this insane spreadsheet that I've spent the last 3 months putting together. Everything's formulas interconnected and stuff, so I can come down here and choose to build something, tell it how many fabricators or how many crafters I want, and then it comes in and shows what I need to add into, and each time I build on something over here, it changes the colors. So right now it shows based off the titanium how many I have. And then if I were to come down and say wanted to make tubes, we'll go with the good tubes. If I made 5 sets of tubes, it would end up using 150 of my sheets. So everything's interconnected, and then I can plan a factory out this way by deciding what I want at the end, and then I just keep adjusting. So it says I need 120 ceramics, so I can come down here. See, one gives me what, 120? Okay, that's perfect. But now I'm short on sheets for calcium, so everything changes. Yes, this is 3 months of work, and every time that things change, I kind of had to adjust. But I can go into each one of the sites, tell it how many nodes it has, how much is in each, and then it comes down to give me a total available. If I wanted to make 3 crafters of wolfram using 180 bars, producing 360, leaves me with 420 still left that I can use for other stuff. So I can literally plan out to get a full use of everything. If I go past it, so right now if I did 3 fabricators of version 2 fabricators of wolf wire using 180, put 360. 4 for plates using 240, produces 480, and 3 of the powder using 180, producing 540, and leaves me with 0. If I tried to add an extra one, tells me I'm in the negative. So it dummy proofed it. Yes. Oh man, I'm telling you. So yeah, this has been quite the call it the labor of love. It's just there's so much math making in this, that when I first tried to just do it by hand, my head hurt, and the head still hurts. But the way that they do the numbers, it's baffling, until when I first started. Like you look at these and it's like 2 every 3 seconds, 4 every 8 seconds, 3 every 5 seconds. So it's like I had to, the formula, it took me an entire night to finally figure out the formula for, was it the bars used? Yeah, this is a formula for the number of bars used per crafter for these. It's simpler on the number there. And then each one of these, if I click on that, that's every spot that it's either used or received from. So it's getting it from, was it the G357? Yeah, right there. It's getting it from either tubes there or tubes here. And then, dude, the colors, yeah. And then it's like conditional formatting. So it's like, it's got a rule set. If it's above 0, it's green. If it's below 0, it's red. If it's exactly at 0, it's yellow. So I can look at this and basically say, even after I'm done, if I want to make sure I'm still pushing stuff to the next one, because this is where I add stuff that came from the previous builds, and I just connect that to the other sheets, and so it actually is able to add this along with what it makes. So it's, like I said, it's there's a lot of effort that went into kind of doing this, and now I have to rethink some things as well, because this is different than I was using before. I would put all the smelters on a bottom level, bring them up to the top, and that's where I would set up all the fabricators and things. But I couldn't fit this many the way I did before. And the best part is, because of the spacing and the number of stuff I use on the side, like I can still go up 3 pillars and full structural, even on this one where I'm going 4 pillars out. And I found a way for the version 2 furnaces that I can also make that work. Just gotta run over here. I finally got around to making teleporters because I kept running everywhere by foot. So this is, I spent probably 4 hours prior to my stream Tuesday or Wednesday trying to figure out how to make this stuff fit. So like there's the fabricators, but it's all modular. That's the best part, is I can keep adding slivers if I needed to. And then the version 2 fabricators. These are the version 2 furnaces. Took a little extra work, but I can still get everything fed through, and 2 sets of items and whatnot. Yeah, lots of experimenting. If you want to see my old way, I can show you what it used to look like. Let's go ahead and save it here. Again, returning the favor, giving you the base tour now. It's like I'd get sidetracked trying to get the formula. Dude, it really did. Like I can't tell you how many times I banged my head against my desk going, why does this not make sense? Because it doesn't make sense sometimes. It cracks me up. Okay, let's see. Pop into here.
Snake eyes.
Alright. So this is the same world just before I wiped it. I deleted this world, like all the different builds and stuff, about, I think, on Monday. Just I was realizing that it wasn't working. I'd hit a lag wall again. Yeah, it started getting pretty bad. This is one of the reasons. I found out that if you have a bunch of things connected on a single wire, and the connections or the science of it starts to get impacted. So the calculation. So this is how I used to do my feeder bases. So I would take all of the stuff coming in here, feeding into smelters, bringing it up into those, and then into storage, and then sending it off. You can see like the leg just spikes and everything. And then I'd send everything to one of these. And the rule is don't look underneath. Oh God, it's so bad leg. So there's 2 layers to this. The bottom layer is where all the cable goes. Everything ran underneath the genuine question, is this game really that mentally stimulating that people sit for hours off stream and have fun? Yes. I think I spend more time off stream mathing and planning, probably an hour before I fall asleep every night trying to it gets that itch that yeah. All right, so here's the good look. So this is everything from above. All of my buildings get fed, and there's all the mega presses there. Everything comes up a single block in front and then goes back down underneath. So all the cabling, you can't see it from above other than just that little in front of it, which I love how this looks. This was terrible. This one factory killed my world. But yeah, this is yeah. And I kept like, you know, it's like, oh, I've got a thing here, I'll pull it off of there, and I'll pull it off of there, and I started kind of interconnecting things. Yes. So I can't do that anymore. As much as I really like this, because I mean, look at this platform here. That's 20 fabricators on this little thing, and making all of that through, and then trying to run stuff afterwards. All the up, downs, ins, arounds. It looks great. It looks amazing. Unfortunately, it lagged me the hell. And again, it's because I would be like, okay, I've got Wolfram coming here. I can grab it from there as well. And every single thing that it interconnected with, it now had to do calculations every time you deleted anything that had to do with it for every item that it was interconnected with. It's some weird... They're still not optimized all the way. And yes, multi-rails. There was another world that I had coming into here, or going over to the hill. I had 9 5-wide multi-rails side by side running in an array going all the way up and over that hill. To say I like to build big is probably an understatement. But I was using each of the nodes around. They'd all be like a feeder base that fed everything into it. And then I spent probably more time than I should trying to make sure that all my zip lines were straight shots, horizontal, mostly the same, other than going up and around. But yeah, I keep getting to a point where I'm like, okay, I have this idea, I have this theory, so I'm going to try this new theory and see if I can make this work. And I go in and I probably get about halfway through it, and then I reach a point where it's like, okay, that didn't work. So it's like, start over. Twice I've started over where I just deleted the world, like I just went through and, you know, had the cores take everything away. And then 3 times I think I just started over. I didn't want to wait. I didn't want to start over without the unlocks. So the last thing I did here was unlock the version 2 core cooler, which is nice. I need to put effort in my zip lines. I'm always... Yeah. Again, I did that off stream because I knew that would not be fun to watch. Hate the leg. And it was only because of this factory. That literally one factory killed my world, and it was because of the way I ran wires. But I do these all over the place. I have these little platforms so I can choose to go different directions instead of having to follow a single path all the way around. Which I do like. That was kind of cool. I think as far as I got was over by the engine, because I was taking that as part of the feeders coming in. So you can see like there's a few of those. I didn't have the 5 wides unlocked yet when I was at this point, so I had to do a lot of 3 wide with just 2 items in it. And then over here is the big titanium. So this one's crazy. So we'll get up there. That's 960 ore a minute off that set of titanium. There's another one like that over here. and it just gets to be a little unwieldy, we'll say. Yeah, that takes it back over to these other ones. No matter what I'm going to do, I'm going to have these things set up now. I think, though, I want to have like a central hub that's kind of in the middle with like a teleporter. So I can teleport from another area and then use that to get to the different areas. Let's see, I think this one will take me up to there. All the zip lines. So this is just the calcium stuff that I made for the feeder. And then this one is solely titanium coming from here. So I still have the offsets of... Alright. This one isn't as bad as I remembered. It still was able to... It's still a big parking lot. But I was making 4 sets of housing here. Imagine if I was trying to make the 12 that I'm making at that other base right now. Because I do have the tier 2 excavators, which is... insane. This would be 1,800 ore a minute with the tier 2s. But yeah, I did like the offset here of the smelters coming in on multiple heights of rails, feeding into those. And I love bringing things up like that. It's just, it looks cool. And on these ones, it's all about straight angles. I use way more cross rails than I probably should. But again, it scratches that itch. And it looks like a circuit card. And that's what I did in the Navy. So for me, it's a comfort thing. But this was where I was before I started the new one. And now the new one I like. I like how that's kind of coming together. The little islands, but they... having the 2 stories I like. Because I always use 2 stories. But now instead of just underusing what's going through there, having straight through slices, I think it's going to work better. So yeah, I'm definitely enjoying this game. I've 6 nights a week since January. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I really do enjoy it. And at some point I intend to release my spreadsheet. I keep having to change it or tweak it or different things, so I got to get it to a point where I'm comfortable that it's actually not gonna steer somebody wrong. I'd feel bad. This one go. But yeah, we can go back over there. No, I don't want to save. I want to load. So how's your world doing? Did you start a new one after the update, or did you kind of continue with the one that you were playing? I think the last time I checked in, you still had a pretty big world, so I think you were still playing on your old world. And sit back over there. I did start over post-update. Yeah, I did as well. It just, there were too many problems, and then not having access to the things you'd already unlocked. And it sucks because they fixed it, and now you do, but it's too late. This is all stuff I threw together because I wanted to. I did the level 4 core upgrade so that I could unlock the version 2 base core. Nice. So how did you set yours up? I'll show you mine. I deleted the core and then placed it back so I could get the ignition back. But I was a little disappointed because I didn't get to do much. But I saved all the stuff. That's all the things that I need to re-up it. So if they make some new updates where you have to get to 5 or 6, I have everything over there to re-update or rebuild. But I got the incoming standard ammo. And then I made a little pathway up, and like that's kind of my little fighting position. But it's right there. And so as long as I'm here, they spawn right there. I think the closest they did was here, and they just got annihilated. These ones out here even can hit them inside the monolith. And like I said, that's like my little hidey-ho up there. You used to be able to get to there. I had a walkway at one point. But yeah, I can sit here and shoot down from there. And that's, I think it's like 5 storage things of, I love it. That's why I left it. I'm like, if I ever have to do it again, I don't want to have to rebuild it. So, I mean, it's still sitting here. Each side had a tier 2 of being fed off that receiver up top. So as soon as they use it here, the dispatcher sends it and it refills behind it. Yeah, it was fun. I expected, I had one Goliath, but he just stood out there and did nothing. He never came at even close enough to get shot at, and then when it said it was done, he just disappeared. And then I started playing a little bit with the geothite over here. This spot I'm in right now is, I'll show you like how crazy the Wolfram is. So I think this has like geothite wise, I think it has what, 8? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, 10. 10 different geothite things. The Wolfram, so everything's here. Geothite, helium, calcium, and this is the coolest thing. It's like a bluff, and it's surrounded by like a crater, canyon type of thing. Those are all pure nodes, and then there's more down here. The titanium, this is where I'm building right now, up here. And this Wolfram over here has like 5 or 6 pure Wolfram nodes. Like all together, it's like, I think 12 total nodes. It's like the most, and it's all right here, almost within eyesight. So it's like the perfect place to kind of set up, you know, to grab all the different materials. And there's the crash ship.
Dehydrated.
This is the starting zone. It's right there. It's just right here. Yeah, so here is the Wolfram. Again, right down from there, and then the titanium is right up there. Pure node. Pure. Want some Wolfram? Like, this is just insane. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 nodes, and I think almost half of them are pure nodes. Such a good. And apparently there's stuff like this all around the new areas of the map. Yeah. Mind-blowing. Like, this is awesome. Yeah. And like I said, the here, you got to see this calcium site too. It's probably the coolest looking place I've seen so far in the map. It's almost like, if you ever played WoW, I just almost feel like I'm on Thunder Bluff. And I right now I just got like some basic kind of thing I threw together, but I want to put like an actual something cool. I do. Yes. I unlocked that right before I wiped my world. So I got the version 2. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. That's why up there I have so much stuff off a small little titanium. Like, that's going to be crazy. Alright. So yeah, so here's the geothite. There's... oh yeah, it's my base. Wolfram, titanium. I think there's either 6 or 8 helium nodes. I'm not even having them all, like, this place is insane. And it's all like right next to each other. That's the best place. And lots of cool build spots too. I don't see like a big thing like that crater up in the north as far as like that large of an open spot. But it's still pretty cool. And then over here, it's probably one of the coolest build sites ever. So there's all the calcium around, and then this just big old bluff right in the center. Yeah, I haven't fixed this one yet. It does. And look at all these nodes. I mean, I still haven't tapped them all yet. Like 3 over there, 5 over there, and a bunch of them are pure. Like those 2 are pure, that one's pure. Yeah. And then like this, like I said, it's a bluff. It's the same height all the way around. Plenty of size to build from. So I was planning this with my old build style. So now I have new ideas I want to try. So I'm going to make something kind of cool here. I hadn't seen that one before. That's kind of a... Can I get up there? Those would be cool build sites. Now my interest has been piqued. I have to get up there. Oh, I was already flying. At least I didn't jump off the edge. That's always the fun thing to do, is when you think you're flying and you're not, and you just jump off a cliff. Yeah, probably have to jump up here and up there. I saw somebody that like in a video went up to some ridiculously tall mountain in the starter area. Dude, if I can build up on these, that looks flat. Unless that's where I'm already building. What the? Oh my god. I think I just fell in love. Look at this! It's perfectly flat. And there's another one over there. Like you could make a path between these two. Like, oh, look at that. I haven't explored everything yet. Like there's some cool stuff that in this new one. Like this just became my new favorite place. I could build quite a factory up here. And I like these things too. Like maybe find a way to kind of connect around them. Like obviously that's a ruin, so you wouldn't be able to build over there, but man, they got some cool stuff in this. Damn, I'm definitely gonna build up here now. That's cool. And it's a nice big flat. Like there's all these like really good building areas next to these like,
I need water.
Huge nodes. Yeah, I'm about to die, aren't I? I'm almost out.
Delicious.
Still got glow caps. Yeah, I'm gonna have to put like a teleporter up there. Like between down here and up there. I don't know if that's in the new rad zone. I haven't been able to I haven't quite figured out where the new one goes. Like I only explored just a little tiny bit of the rad zone. Everything else is just the normal stuff I did before. It's so big. Yeah, I think that looks like it's probably the radiation zone there. It's got the weird colors. And there's sulfur. Oh yeah, I forgot about the sulfur too. Oh, wow, yeah. It just makes me want to explore more now. Like, what other cool spots are there hiding? Like, I don't know why. I've looked past that a million times when I've gone through here, and I didn't even think to look up there. Now, there is a good spot over here, just below where I'm doing my titanium, and also below that little base up above. Catch it there. It's like one of those little water areas, kind of like on the east. Just passed over there. Yes, dude. It's like you find something cool. Okay, put a zip line. Going exploring, put a zip line. Oh, I love it when I catch them. It's so hard to do, but when you do, it feels good. It's just over the hill over here. This is going to be where I'm going to build one of my first kind of bases. I was starting to do something like I normally do up here before I realized that I don't like that anymore. But then I've got a spot here, and then I've got a spot so I can kind of cascade down these levels. There's the stuff I've been doing with the titanium, but over this is like where I could build a pretty big factory there. It's got that little water area which is super flat. So yeah, this would make another good spot to build as well. So just in this area here, I could really do a lot of, you know, different groupings. I don't want to build single factories for single items, but I'm kind of leaning towards smaller factories for a handful of items that all kind of take a lot of the same material, so I don't have to pipe as much stuff in, and then maybe try to do something along those lines again, where it's lines, or I don't know what I want to call those yet, because they're modular, so they're maybe a sliver. Yeah, this has been fun. And look at all the stuff around here too. Like, those are always hard to find. They're everywhere over here. The amount of, I got almost an entire large storage full of plants. Yeah, so that's what I have so far in this world. Not a lot built because I just tore things down. Yeah, those. Yeah, they're all over the place up on that ledge over there, and then down there, there's a bunch of those, like the ones that look like not beets, but like little plants going out of the ground. Hey, Deleted Memes, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. I wonder what's on this side now. Oh yeah, and that's the other thing too. Let's start doing that again. I had that fixed for weeks and months. Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, that's that new oil thing too. So it's all right here. I brought my friend to see your spreadsheet. All right. Yeah, the infamous spreadsheet. I got into the habit. It's like loot. So every time I see it, I just grab it, even though I don't need it. And then eventually, I just started getting like just giant amounts of it. Yeah. So the spreadsheet. Yes. Basically everything in here. So this is how each time I find a spot with a different like ore type, I add in how much is in each one, and it tells me how much is available. I was told to have looks at your spreadsheet. Yeah. So basically it tells me how much is available, and then I basically come in here and I can say, like right now, this is the place I'm in right here. This is what I'm doing, and I made these modular. So that's 18 fabricators that are making beams right now, which is a 480 input, and then 8 making sheets, another 480. And that's what I have right here. So if I put in 8, it tells me I'm using 480 bars, putting out 1440, which that puts up down here, and then I'm just making 12 housing. So it subtracts how much exactly housing I need to make, or beams and sheets for each one, and gives me a leftover amount. So everything changes based off of what I'm making. Yeah. And then, yeah. Yep. So right now I've got the other ones hidden. So if you kind of look in here, you can see it jumps from 89 to 132. So that's where the other sites would go. And I only use the ones I need. And that's not even the crazy part. That's just for what's in the nodes. The crazy part then is I come down here. So this takes all the different nodes of what I filled in for each one of those, and then it gives me an additive total. And then based off of what I use down here in my planner, all of these basically take each one of the different sites that item is used at inside my spreadsheet, and then subtracts it, and it gives me a number over here. If I go red, that means I'm using more than I'm actually producing. So I can come in here and say I wanted 50 of these, which is something silly. But it's going to tell me that I need 1,950 teraferrite ingots. And so yeah, it's all interconnected. I basically plan out my bases by deciding what I want to make as my end product. And then I look up here for all the different red things, and whatever I need, I add in that item down here, and it does that. It's about, like I said, about 3 months of constant tweaking and stuff like that, trying to, make it make sense, because the numbers are silly. So like, if you want to see how much ore you're using based here, I had to come up with this formula to make it actually math. Like, and I had to do that for every single one of these sites. I'm going to give it away. I'm going to put it on my Discord once I finally get it completely sorted, because right now I haven't figured out the geothite yet, and I haven't gotten to the version 2s of the compounders or the assemblers, but I've added in the regular recipes. And I keep kind of adjusting it because I keep finding small little mistakes, and I'm kind of a perfectionist, so I want to make sure that I have it mistake free, and then I'll put it up on my Discord for free with the video that shows how to actually the part that you have to manually do to make each one of these work, having to do with these specific sites. Yeah, like I said, it started out because the first time I played my first map, I should say, I just saw that it said, oh, hey, it needs, these 3 inputs. And so I made one of each input. I didn't understand how many you needed. Give me one sec there. I don't know. It should work, but it isn't working. But I can still put that in here. Give me one sec. Not that one. Real professional here. There we go. And I just need to pull this here. I don't like getting a new invite each time because then it makes this. I have streamer bot that puts stuff in when I turn it on, but I didn't have it on right now. But yeah, there's my. Yeah, no. Feels weird. It feels weird to, for something like that. It just, And the big reason I did it is because I looked on the, they have the different calculator sites, but they only show you how to make one item and all the stuff for one item. And I don't know, in my mind, that just, I don't think in that way. I don't make one item in a specific factory. So that's kind of where the genesis of it came from, is I wanted it so I could choose an entire list of items that I wanted. So like, if I go to the mega presses, and this is one of the ones I did before, but if I wanted, like, say 2 of each of these. So it's telling you how much, this is exactly how much of each of these items are being used. But now if I come up here, I got red everywhere. So it's saying I need 30, or what is it? My glasses suck. It's at 30, I think 30 pressurized helium. So then I would come over here and I'd start with 1. That's going to give me 30. Perfect. So now if I come up here, I'm at a 0. I've made exactly as much as I need. I need 106 sulfuric acid. Let's say if I do 1, that's probably 120, right? 180. Okay, there we go. I have a surplus of 74 sulfuric acid. And I just continually move down this path until everything is either green or yellow. And then it's also going to tell me how much of each of these I need, because it's telling me I need, what, 318 stabilizers, which is kind of yeah. So let's see, if stabilizers I can't make in the version 2, so I'm probably going to need at least 12 to make 308. Nope, I need 18. 360. There we go. So now I'm good on stabilizers, but now I need another 400 rotors, and I've actually used all of the 720 rods coming in, so now it's telling me I'm short on rods. They did. That's the thing, is that was, I had it to where I was almost ready, and then the update came out, and then they changed recipes. Like, I had to go in here, so like even on Vernus, these are basic item recipes that changed. It's probably hard. Oh God. Yeah. Just do it in your sleep. Yeah, it's easy. Yeah, or even in there, like this is stuff that used to be part of a recipe in the assembler, and they took it out completely and adjusted it. They do inside the different factory furnaces when you open them. Not what you meant, of course, but yeah. So this is my little baby, and each time. So if I look, like I said, I think this is the last one I did. I think this was when I was building 3 nozzles, 3 battery. These are all the different things, and I had to do 4 valves for that. That's when I showed you the one where the leg hit me. And so these are all the things that I needed to actually craft, and in the numbers I needed to craft to actually be able to fit that. And then, of course, because I hate myself this much, I do everything on a spreadsheet prior to it so I can kind of plan it out and make it work. And that's not it. It is this. So this is that factory planned out down to where the pillars are. where the input storages are, where the receivers were going to be, everything down to here, so when I could actually kind of lay it out. Yes, this is what I do. But I mean, the last thing I want to do on a stream is sitting there trying to figure out how I can place things, because it told me exactly how many I needed. If I went back to this one and I slid it over here, I needed 21 V1 fabricators, 19 V2 fabricators, 22 furnaces, 19 V2 furnaces, 5 pressurizers, and 22 mega pressers to craft 3 of each of the mega presses. Just to do this was all that. And then I kind of came over here and I initially just kind of laid them out as I could fit them. And I had to be very careful because this is all up on 3 pillars. So, you know, with the new adjustments to how things can fit, you can see I always build a 4 gap by a 2 gap, and that allows them to reach the middle of everything. So this is, even if I place stuff like right here, I'm sitting on top of every single pillar and it still stands because they changed these to kind of support now. But I'll use this a lot of times. So over here, because the big thing is I can't have a pillar in front of, under, or behind where I'm trying to bring up my inputs down and up. So I had to adjust based on where pillars are, which is kind of the other reason for having them in. And then this is where it was going to go out. These were my output. So storages into dispatchers for each one of those, so I could then forward it to the next base. How much time it takes me? This is like I said, I spend hours between streams planning stuff, and I love doing it because it's like, again, I go to sleep and I'm sitting there trying to think of what I'm going to do when I wake up as far as a new plan or a new design or a new whatever. So this is my new thing. Today was the first day I really got to play with this idea, which I really do like, because it's a single path. So this is the input. So this is the input here. So it kind of, I send it in here, it runs down into there, runs down into there, comes over, comes back up, and then it feeds in. So it's one slice. This is a modular slice. So I can fit these 6 fabricators, 1 input, and then 1 output that comes down to, here. It just sits over here. There at the end. I wanted the outputs to be in the back. If you need any game slaves, just call on deleted beeps. It got harder with the bigger ones, though. It definitely did, because these ones take up wider spaces. So this one was the full 4x2. The problem gets when I have the version 2 furnace, which is a 5x2. The other cool thing is that I was able to offset 2 dispatchers, and it fits perfectly with like a 2 wide slice of these. And so I can basically take one off the top, one off the bottom, because each one being 480 out, or sorry, not 480, 240. Because the dispatchers will only push out 300 items a minute. Every 20 seconds it pushes whatever it has. So if you send 480 into it, it's going to send 300, 3 batches of 100. So if you feed 480 into 2 dispatchers, they each get 240, and on the back side you can pull it out and then recombine it into your 480. So you can either use 2 to transmit 480, or I can just take 1/2 of each and get 240 somewhere. So it kind of gives me a little, some options on exactly how much or which things I'm putting out. So then this was today. This was all my stream tonight, was doing this part here. This is my first foray into this new style of building, and I plan on doing it with the wolfram, doing it with the calcium, doing it with the geothite. Although the geothite is really only 2 items. It's just the ingot or the ore combined with the wolfram or steel, or wolfram or titanium, to make the new thing. And I guess there is some powder too, so 2 things. But I'm going to build up there now. I didn't even know that is a giant buildable platform right there. I'm going to build up there. So yeah, I've been having fun. So I Monday through Saturday, every night I stream this, and this is all I've been playing for like since it came out in January. I do put out videos on YouTube for 7 Days to Die. That's the game I've played for years and years and years. That's my daily series. But this is what I've been streaming, and just having a fun time. It's like I said, I think it's a really cool game. It's got its quirks, it's got its issues, but it's early access. So as long as they listen to the players, I'm okay. If they decide to how we should play and then basically kind of force us, that I'm not as good at. And so I'm waiting. I'm gonna wait and see kind of what they do, because update 1 was cool in some things and it was terrible in others. The vertical building, I hate that I have to be so intentional to make things work on a pillar, but I found workarounds. I made it work, and again, I think it looks not as cool as that giant leg fest, but still looks good. So I think the next thing I got to do, this is like the smallest node out here compared to the Wolfram that had like 10 nodes and 4 or 5 pures and stuff. So I am going to need to go to another titanium spot. I definitely, at the moment, don't have enough to do what I want to do. I'm not sending any of this out. The future ones are going to have dispatchers that are just going to send ingots out for wherever I need it. But yeah, so that's a tour of my base, or my world. Not much on it yet. Again, I have all the unlocks because I chose to just delete the world, or delete the buildings, and then restart over with the stuff that I had. I'll go over and look at the unlocks. I still have a few things that I haven't unlocked. Like I was at Mega Presses, so I haven't got to assemblers or constructors, so I'm only at 9 and 10 on the corporate level. But I did unlock, again, all the way up to the ore excavator version 2. That was like one of the first things to unlock. That thing is so good. And then tonight I unlocked the base core amplifier version 2. So I finally got it up to a base level, or core up to level 4. Fought it and then deleted my core, or the core, so I could get all my Wolfram back. I'll show you the amount of plants I have. Again, it's a little silly, but I usually, even when I'm riding on zip lines, if I see something, I'll like jump off because I want to go grab it. But right now, this is my plant chest. These took me forever to find. I didn't know I had to go into a live burning sulfur pit to get them. Yeah, these are all over here. These are all over here. Obviously, those are in the tunnels. There's actually quite a bit of these up here too. And then the food you get over around. After taking all my stuff back, I'm down to 65 quartz, but I got all my magnesium back, and a few war bonds, and a few meteor hearts. Apparently an inventory of titanium bars, which I'm not sure why I have that. Cool. So hope you guys enjoyed that. I was actually getting ready to call it a night here as well, but I definitely wanted to return the favor for Victoria. She's giving me some cool tours of her base, so I definitely wanted to return that favor. Sure, who else is playing right now? I'll take a peek and see who we have. If there's anyone we can pass it on to. No, I appreciate it, and thank you for coming by. I do appreciate returning that favor. It's awesome. Like I said, it was fun getting to return the favor and show you my world. And I have to tear some stuff down because this is all the stuff that I did just so I could get that version 4, or the upgrade to 4. So I was specifically shooting for accumulators because I looked online and they told me I needed accumulators, which I didn't. So I did a whole bunch of jumping through hoops last night trying to get accumulators, only to find out in the end it was like electronics, batteries, and something else that was super simple. So, cool. Well, it looks like, I don't know, there's Desert Pigeon. New territories. So it's another streamer for Star Rupture. So if you guys don't mind, continue to pass this on. So I'm going to go ahead and we'll set up a raid for that. If you're on YouTube, though, again, I appreciate you guys coming out. It's been a fun evening. If you did enjoy it, I appreciate it if you hit the like button. And if you haven't already subscribed, it would mean the world to me if you would consider that. And again, for those on Twitch, if you haven't followed, I'd appreciate it if you would consider that. But let's go ahead and we're going to raid Desert Pigeon. So again, he is playing some Star Rupture right now. So send that forward. Hey. Oh, wow. Thanks for the subscription, man. I really appreciate that. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Hyper. Appreciate that. Thanks for that tier 1 sub, man. That was awesome. Cool. All right, let's head over to there. Cool. All right, thanks again, guys. Appreciate it. And like I said, we're going to take that raid over to Desert Pigeon.